Everybody get sturdy. Everybody get sturdy with me real quick. One time for the rule, let's go.
Talk about talk about what?
Little shit like that. Let's further know what it is you really do.
What it do, y'all? What it do? I'm hyped. I'm hyped. The homie got me hyped. The homie got me hyped. What it do, y'all? What it do? I'm your host with the motherfucking most. Chill motherfucking Murray. Live from the Spot Podcast. Shout out to everybody tuning in and not tuning in. You know how we do and how we rock. What it do, y'all? What it do, Fury B? What it do, Fury B? I always count you to be up in here, my brother. Shout out to everybody tuning in, though. And so tonight we was getting sturdy with it. Tonight I was getting sturdy with it. I might even go in the big one. I might not even stay in the just chatting section tonight. We might go on the big screen with. But yeah, Dior was a monster. Dior, out of all of his joints, Dior was the monster joint. Like, I was up in here getting sturdy. I was up in this bitch getting sturdy for real. That one right there was a hammer, and that's one of the reasons why, like, I felt obligated almost to honor and, you know, rep for the legacy of the Wu and rep for the homie Pop Smoke. Rest in peace, first and foremost, to Pop Smoke. Died very, very young. I believe Pop Smoke was 20, I think, when he passed away, which like was very young, way too young. And for him to only be in his 20s and have such a 30, 40-year-old soul, almost, an old soul, that's really what you got when you saw Pop Smoke. You felt like he had an old soul with him. And at the same time, he was amazing at making music And he didn't even realize that's the thing about, some of our greatest hip hop stars, if you think about it, none of them actually wanted to do music like that. If you really think about it, it's probably only a very small handful that maybe, said, yeah, I'm gonna be the best rapper alive, like a Kendrick, you know what I'm saying? And actually set out and did it. But for the most part, a lot of our legends, they never really wanted to rap like that. And they always just had the charisma more than anything. They had the charisma over everything, as well as they had the talent over everything. So that spoke volumes when he was, starting out very young, and he didn't even, he was I believe he was at someone else's recording session. If I'm correct, he was at someone else's recording session, and everyone had fell asleep as he told the story. Everyone had fell asleep in the studio, and he decided to get up, and just from watching and learning, he decided to record himself. And once he did, everybody pretty much woke up to the woo. And the beginning of Pop Smoke had started that evening. And from there, he would go on to meet Stephen St. Victor, which Stephen St. Victor would introduce him to Gazi. And from Gazi, he was able to take his career to a different plateau with Stephen St. Victor. And that's why tonight we are repping for the Woo, because I believe the Woo would like some answers. And if they wouldn't like some answers, that means that it has something to do with my other theory that's part of this as well. So, without further ado, we are going to get into what happened to Pop Smoke. Also, I just want to let everybody know that the unedited version of this, including the music, will be on Patreon for free. This one won't be up behind a paywall or nothing like that. So all of my members that are already there on Patreon right now, shout out to everybody that signed up to the Patreon this morning and throughout the day. I greatly appreciate you guys. I will be sending everybody personal messages sometime this evening, as well as tomorrow. I'll be sending every last member that joined personal messages from yours truly. Thank you so much for everybody that signed up to the Patreon. You have no idea, bro, almost with a tear to my eye to even see that this was possible, that people wanted to sign up to the Patreon. And it really became, not going to get the long drawn out, it really was because, like I said, I just got tired of the bullshit with YouTube. I really did. I just got tired of the copyright strikes, and I got tired of the demonetizations and all that shit. I said, you know what? All right. It's enough people here that really want to see this content and see the truth. I will deliver the truth on my own platform if I need to. What it do, Teresa? What it do? Let's see. All right, so we are going to start with chapter 1 of this is going to go from the killer of Pop Smoke. Now, I know a lot of people didn't exactly want to see the Adam 22 interview, right? So, if you were like myself in the beginning and wanted to be very respectful of Pop Smoke and just boycott the whole interview and not watch it, even though millions of people still watched it. Of course, it was still one of the most watched interviews of No Jumper. I think it's still one of the most interviews right now of No Jumper. And it's only from 2 months ago. But the young gentleman Blockstar, fresh out of jail, who is the said killer of Pop Smoke, did an interview with No Jumper and let out some divulging information, in my opinion. So let's start there.
And they telling me I'm just looking like I'm fucked, it is what it is.
But you beat that one somehow.
Yeah, they didn't. The first of all, the nigga's still alive, and then they rewind the cameras, so it's basically like self-defense type shit.
Oh, really? Wow.
So like they couldn't really do shit to me. And it's like I'm a little ass kid, this a grown ass man. Nigga 3 times my size, like I feel like, wouldn't y'all feel intimidated?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Niggas 3 times your size standing over you, your enemy arguing with you. I don't know, I feel like when I get nervous, I react.
Yeah.
That's my thing. Nervous react. So I don't like having butterflies on.
Now, the reason why you also see the no jumper logo by his hand is not because you see a weapon, of course. It's because he has a blunt in his hand and he's under 21 at the time. So I get it that they had to bleep this out, so to speak. And he's about 20 years old right now. So when he actually went to jail for the murder of Pop Smoke, he was about 14 going on 15 years old. So he was still an adolescent. And he only received about 4 years for the actual murder.
I don't like feel it tingling. I'm react.
Definitely. So, okay, the night of this situation, there's been a lot of talk about exactly what y'all were up to in that moment, whether it was a robbery or if there was somebody that basically paid y'all to go do something. How would you describe what was going on that night? Maybe even just like take us through the day if you want.
Well, I'm not finna get into detail about too much, but it was a robbery. Nobody did none of that. That's all false information. It's a lot of pages that's like giving out false information. YouTube's like the vlog, false. Like they don't know nothing. Y'all don't know nothing y'all talking about. Y'all just assuming and y'all just putting shit together as y'all going around. Like, and then like the way they bring up the situation and they could be saying like rest in peace. So they be disrespectful themselves. They be like I don't know. I just feel like if that was my boy and they're posting them and speaking on a situation like that, like I feel like you my op too.
What's the disrespectful part?
That is a clue. You're absolutely right, Free B. That is a clue right there. And here's another thing, right? So as he's saying that it's false that, he was possibly sent, you're going to hear why he's so defensive of that particular rumor right there that he was actually sent.
Just like so my manager had me watch a couple videos and shit.
And you hadn't seen these videos until you got out of jail?
I seen a couple videos in jail for sure, but I'm not on no. I don't like watching it. Like watching people just talk about me.
Yeah.
Like that shit. Like it's cool. Like I don't feel like I'm getting. They're not gonna get a reaction out of me. It's like I want to watch a nigga talk shit about me. Like.
But they be putting it together with like saying that there was, a bag with an address that was posted online. There was a photo of him and his friend where you could see the address in the background. Is a lot of that not true? It's just people putting shit together after the fact?
Oh, that part I can't speak about because I don't know how the address got. I don't know that part. So I can't even speak on that. I'm not finna share lies to nobody.
Yeah, because what they were trying to say.
So, if you're paying attention right now, you didn't know how you got the address, right? Just the fact that he ain't going into details after he already did the time. Thank you, Fury B. That was another thing that was very telling to me. You've already done the time, sir. It's not like you have to go to court for this or anything like that. Now, yes, there is another adult that is set to go to trial for this. But you, sir, have already done your time, and you are pretty much done with your charges. Exactly. You don't know how you got the address. You don't know what happened, what was there. I'm starting to question if you were, sir.
There's 2 different scenarios that went on. Mike D, which is Pop Smoke's homie, he had posted a picture outside of the house. And then there was a bag that had the Marys on it that had the address as well. So with that being said, it sounds like it was like a flocking situation that gone bad. But were you guys fans of Pop Smoke at the time, like to be keeping up with his page? And like, was it through Mike D's page or Pop Smoke that the logo got dropped?
I didn't know him at all. I didn't know of him. I probably seen one picture of him before and like I thought he was a model. I was like, well, you got a good modeling career going on. I thought he was just on that route, but then all this happened. I'm like, I wake up in the morning. I don't even wake up. I didn't go to sleep. I'm just like, damn. I'm just lost.
So you didn't.
For someone that's supposed to be the killer of one of the biggest rappers at the time, he sure didn't know too much about who Pop Smoke even was. That's very telling. So, of course, you can say to yourself, yeah, these are just the wolves in the street. They're just, they're just going to rob rappers. They don't necessarily know who these rappers are. But we also have to put into perspective that this is also someone that was 15 years old at the time. Now, granted, yes, he's from LA. He might not necessarily know who Pop Smoke is. But to tell me that, and you're 15 years old and didn't know who Pop Smoke was when majority of your peers knew who Pop Smoke was, hell, you're even going to hear something else that was very telling to know that, there's no way that you couldn't know who Pop Smoke was.
Know that it was going to be that big a deal until it starts popping up in the media and stuff the next day?
Like I said, I didn't know. I didn't know who he was. I didn't know who he was connected to. I don't know where he was from. I didn't know shit. All I knew is what I knew. And that's what I made my decision based off. And I was high too. I was off of Bert. So I wasn't really fully aware of anything. Well, too much. So.
And all the dudes you were with were like approximately your age?
Around.
Had y'all gone on missions like this before?
Next question.
So it wasn't a situation where, because a lot of people were trying to. So when the situation did happen, there was a lot of speculation of what happened, and there was 2 people in the house that night with Pop Smoke that people thought backdoored them and shit. So you saying that you didn't know any of the people in the house at all?
Nobody backdoored nobody. Let's clear that up. Nobody. I know that 100% for sure. Nobody backdoored nobody. That female, I can't speak too much on it, but she don't know what she's talking about at all.
As far as what did she say that you
She
seen?
came out at one point and basically acted as if she believed that it was a backdoor situation, and she tried to call out the Mike D dude and like act like he was being shady, but it never really seemed like that was accurate.
So what he's actually referring to is the young lady, which we're going to get into following this, is Amelia Rose. Amelia Rose was said to be the woman that was there the night Pop Smoke was killed. The woman that he was actually with. Okay? Amelia had actually said that Mike D was, acting a little bit funny that evening. As well as she said that he was the one that let the killers in. On top of the fact that he's actually deflecting all of the no one sent us, Mike D didn't know anything, he doesn't know who Mike D is, the girl, he doesn't know who he is, or who she is. There seems to be a lot of I don't know what happened that night here coming from Blockstar, the said killer.
You're saying that that's true, that y'all did not know him? Because how the bunch of 15-year-old kids from LA be in touch with older Brooklyn Crip dudes that just like seemed like a stretch from the beginning, right?
Exactly. Well, I'm not saying it's impossible to know, but we didn't know that nigga. I don't even know what he looked like. I don't even know what the female looked like.
Yeah.
I'm not.
And that's when I started to realize this might not actually be the triggerman. This just might be the fall kid for this entire thing. So how does he, if he never seen the girl, how does he know to say she doesn't know what she's talking about? If she was confirmed to actually be there. ATF all times, what it do? Chill, you have seen Roy I on the podcast. They were talking about Kendrick new song. Oh yeah, definitely. But I mean, if you're talking about Black Air Forces, we did talk about Black Air Forces here beforehand. But yeah, we'll get into that as well. He doesn't know who the girl is. That's very telling that he has no idea who Amelia Rose is, considering he was supposedly the trigger man there. Amelia very much knows who the actual trigger man is, and that's another thing. because she never has even described him.
Like, I don't wake up in the morning and pay attention to this situation. It's in the back of my head, like, what I did, like, feel me? But I'm not every day, that's what they post and what they talk about. I just let social media be social media. Yeah, they want a reaction, I'm not gonna give it to y'all. So I'll just let them do what they do. You're not getting a reaction out of me.
Right. And so, I mean, I don't know exactly like what you're going to be comfortable talking about, but everybody keeps saying that you were the triggerman. Is that accurate?
Next question.
Can't talk about that.
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
Even if you wasn't the trigger man, I feel like, because a lot of people were saying it was a robbery gone wrong. No one was intended to get hurt that night.
Nobody's intended to get hurt. Nobody.
So do you feel like drugs played a part in the situation? Like, why did he end up getting shot anyway? Like, why? Especially
I don't feel like the drugs was part of the situation. I just feel like, I don't know, we was just kids being kids from the hood, and too much movement. That's all, too much movement.
as a movement from Pop Smoke
Movement from everybody.
in the house.
Too much shit going on. It was too much shit going on. So it's just like, it wasn't intentionally. We wasn't on that.
You were picturing it just being a in and out type of situation, or you didn't even know they were gonna be home, right?
I didn't even know they was gonna be home. Honestly, I didn't know. Once I got there, and I got the dribble. Like kid,
Yeah.
like what some petty ass 5-6 months for a robbery. I ain't worried about it.
Did you feel emboldened as a 15-year-old because you knew that even if you did get caught for some crazy shit, that you're going in for a few years and then you're getting out?
Nah.
You hadn't even thought about it?
When I waited there, it wasn't a few years that you get it out. It wasn't none of that. While I waited there, the first words I heard from I first had a public defender. First words I heard from the public defender was, "You probably never see light again."
Even as a 15-year-old, they told you that right away.
At 16.
16.
Well, I was 17 because they arrested me right after my birthday. So from hearing that, like, that right there just broke me. Like, never coming home. And I'm just like, it's what it is. Like, I can't do shit about it no more.
How many days later did it take for you to get arrested? Because what they said, it was anonymous tips from New York.
It was a minute. They took a minute.
Yeah, nobody who knew who did it for like months after it happened, right?
5-6 months. They didn't arrest us for a minute.
And when you were thinking you got away with it?
I didn't think I got away with it. I was up like every day, like looking out my window, like every time I hear sirens, I'll wake up in my sleep and look outside the window. I never thought I got away with it. I got too comfortable, yeah.
What do you mean by too comfortable?
I just allowed myself to, the way I was moving, I allowed myself, basically, like, I had my phone on me, the same, like, I should have got rid of that phone. I'm just being young, like, man, like, police ain't know what they talking about. Niggas ain't got shit on me. I mean, like, feel me, but outside in the back of my mind, like, fuck, like, they probably got something, but they still ain't have nothing. Like, when I was up in there, they have nothing on me. Nothing.
And so are you just like sitting around the house kind of hiding out a little bit, and you're looking at social media, and I'm sure you're like realizing how much this meant to so many people?
I woke up, I said woke up, I didn't even wake up. I had to go to school the next morning. I go to school the next morning, I step into my classroom, the teacher put it right there on the big screen.
Damn. So what grade are you in at this time?
I was like 10th grade.
So your teacher put it on the big screen. And he also just kind of lied about his age, either that or he got left back. Because if you were in 10th grade and you were 16, sir, you definitely missed a year. So on top of that, so we're lying about the age. It's one thing. On top of that, you have the TV now Benjamin, what it do? What it do? Yes, yes. Welcome, my brother. Welcome, welcome. It's on the TV now at your school. You mean to tell me that your teacher knew who Pop Smoke was, or should I say was aware that the students and the peers knew who Pop Smoke was, but you didn't? You had no idea who Pop Smoke was until the TV that day? Something's a little off here.
11, 10, yeah, 10.
And the teacher's talking about it.
Teachers talking about
So
it.
literally the next day after Pop Smoke was killed, you went to
Same
school
day.
at this time.
I was like 10th grade, 11, 10, yeah, 10.
11th, 10th? Which one was it, sir?
And the teacher's talking about it.
Teachers talking about
So
it.
literally the next day after Pop Smoke was killed, you went to
Same
school
day.
the same day.
Same day.
You went to school and they're talking about it in the classroom,
In the class.
and you having a guilty conscience in the classroom.
I honestly don't remember how I felt.
Yeah.
I just looked at it and just like, I didn't make no face expression, nothing. I just looked at it. Like, what can I do? What can I say? What can I, like, I can't go back in time.
Another major thing from the whole scenario is they say that that you guys robbed Pop Smoke for a watch and y'all pawned it for $2,000. So with that being said, it was four of y'all split four ways. That's $500. Was it worth it?
The social media don't know what they're talking about. And no, it wasn't worth, nothing's worth another person's life.
But that thing about the watch is cap.
That's cap. They don't know what they're talking about. They just, like, I was watching that shit yesterday. That was like my third time hearing it, so I was in jail. They was telling me, like, oh, you, like, what? Like, you niggas don't know what y'all talking about. And then I was watching a video with my manager yesterday. I seen that shit. I'm just like the media come up with anything to say. Like,
So you're saying the rumors about the watch, y'all only getting $2,000 is cap?
that's all cap.
Because the night Pop Smoke was killed, he had a whole bunch of money that he was showing on Instagram. He had chains on and stuff too. So I don't know.
So here's a huge loophole in the story right here, right? You mean to tell me that a bunch of 15-year-olds went and just randomly killed the guy? It was supposed to be a robbery, but you took absolutely nothing. That is the biggest piece of horse shit I've ever heard in my life. A robbery that had nothing stolen. Supposedly, the only thing that they made off with was a watch. And that was only because Pop Smoke was wrestling for his life. There was another story about there was a chain that was that they were trying to get. They tried to take the chain at first. The chain wouldn't come off. That's when he started the fight. And then that's when the watch popped off. And that was the only thing they were able to grab and leave with. But for the fact that, it was a robbery, number one, and you didn't take anything. The third thing is, why did the alarm take so long to go off? We'll get to that in a second because there was a certain gentleman that was said to actually have pulled that alarm, which was Mike. Another telling thing. How is it that through all this commotion, at midnight, maybe 1 o'clock in the morning, Emil Mendez, what it do? We're saying about 1 o'clock in the morning, right? Why is it only Mike, Pop, and the girl up? If there's about 4 or 5 other motherfuckers in there. You mean to tell me nobody heard shit? There's something else going on here.
Oh, well, I don't know where the rumor came from, but people were just saying that y'all only made off with $2,000. Well, with the watch, so that's all cap.
From the police report, they said that it was like, I don't know, say 3,000 worth of cash up in there, chains and shit, and the watch was stolen, but that 2,000 shit, that's cap.
So, as you just heard, he had to recite what he stole from the police report. Again, he only knows what he stole from the police report. How do you not know what was actually taken? One. Two, of course you're saying the $2,000 was a lie. I get that. That might have been far-fetched. Of course, 4 kids splitting $2,000. I can't actually see that. 15-year-olds thinking $500 is enough for a robbery that evening. I can't see that. But I can't say that it was only $2,000 that he had. So that's another thing. 4 guys splitting $3,000 in a Rolex of maybe $5,000. Someone isn't telling the truth here as far as what they robbed, if they robbed anything at all.
Split in 2004 ways, 500, even being young. I'm not going for it. I ain't stupid. And but next question.
So pretty soon after you got caught, there came this video of you kind of throwing up gang signs and shit to the camera and not seeming terribly repentant. It feels like you're... it didn't seem like you were sorry or anything for what you had done.
No, I know what that word means. I'm talking about what video.
Oh, he wasn't the one in the video. Was it somebody else? There was like a video that came out like right after it happened that was like billed as Pop Smoke's killer FaceTimes from jail or some shit like that. It's been so long since I've seen it.
There was a few jail videos.
Malcolm, what it do, brother?
Multiple of us that got posted. So
okay, that one wasn't you.
If it's me throwing up gang signs video, like I'm from over, I'm gonna throw up my gang signs regardless. I don't care where I'm at, who I'm around. I don't care if Barack Obama around me. I'm gonna throw up the set. Like I'm from over, so it's not me being not feeling bad about the situation and shit. Like I'm still gonna rap what I gotta rap. Like if I'm on the phone with my people, I'm on the phone with my people. I ain't gonna seem sad. Like, well, I don't wanna bring my family down while I'm in jail. Like every phone call, I made sure I'm excited. And I didn't really hop on the phone like that. I went months, down there a year without calling my family. I don't like talking over the phone. Ever since I read like that discovery paper and like start growing up, like really study my discovery, I don't like phones. Like I haven't been on my social media. Ever since all that happened, like I post and get off. I haven't been on it. I haven't looked at it. Haven't seen who text me.
Is this too much bullshit?
I just don't really care for the social media shit. Everybody say I'm chasing clout. I don't care about no clout.
Cause
I care about the money.
And another video went viral. I guess you were like eating pizza. Was that you in the video? Like you was eating pizza? Yeah, because a lot of people were upset.
It was like a photo, right?
He has a photo. That video, that picture, that's me in jail. Like every situation, I make the best of it. I was regular. I had pizza. I had burgers. I had tacos. I had everything. Yeah, I was in jail, but I had access to a lot of things: phones, wax pens, puff bars. That was the way I am. My personality. Yeah, for the situation, a lot of people looking at me like I'm a bad guy, but you don't know me. You know me as a person. A lot of people really f with me, like so. Me going up into juvenile halls the way I am, and then like I'm in there fighting. No, I can't say I was running shit, but I'm low key like niggas know like he got drugs, he got this. The staff gonna listen to him. The staff gonna let him get away with shit.
And this part right here let me know a lot, considering the fact that he literally just said, I don't care about anything. I just care about the money. I don't even follow social media. I haven't even looked. I don't like social media. I don't look at it like that. Here's the biggest thing about him saying that. How they found him was him looking through social media for Pop Smoke. So again, remember, he was given this address. He had no idea who Pop Smoke was, let alone to even look for his page, and was not concerned with looking at social media. Someone is lying about this kid being the triggerman. I think now this kid was definitely paid off to say he was the killer and take the time. Hell, he was only in juvenile for 4 years. He did that on his head. As you can hear, he had access to everything. The guards are going to listen to him. Security's listening to everybody's. He had say so. He was already paid in jail. He had privileges beyond everyone else in jail, in juvenile, I should say. This is truly starting to sound like someone with connections in LA is the reason why this kid had the privileges. But furthermore, this sounds like someone in LA at the time, or connections in LA, is the person that has paid off this gentleman here and whoever killed Pop Smoke.
Like, feel me? So there I was just getting everything. We had tattoo gun in there. I didn't got caught with over like 20 phones.
In like a 4-year span? Or
not even a 4-year span.
Not even 4?
Like my 2 years, I didn't get no drugs, no nothing. But once I hit 19, I don't know, I just got wise and I just started really like conversating with people, figuring things out, and just start getting everything I want up in there. It just really never became a problem for me, and it became normal. I got a skillet up in there and we was cooking every day. We got TVs up in there, we got PS4 up in there, we all smoking in the middle of the day room, all that.
So here again is where the lies of the age come. You literally heard him say he was about 19 after 2 years being in there, which means he would be 17 when he first went in, right? About 16, 17. Should I say he's about 16 when he went in, right? Going on 17 when he went in. And about the time that he was turning 19, he started to get wise in there. But here's the thing. 16 going on 17 in the 10th grade does not add up here. How old is this gentleman for real? If you try to Google his age, you come up with nothing. Reason why is because all of the quote unquote lies, even that he's telling about his age, actually come up in just the news articles, where they literally say that he was about 15 at the time, when you can clearly hear him say he wasn't 15 at the time. He was only 16. He was about 16 at the time, going on 17 when he was arrested for the murder of Pop Smoke. He was not 15. He was not 15 at all. And even if he was in the 10th grade, he would have had to been left back about twice at that point, going on 17. There's a lot of loopholes in this young kid's story. You just have to listen. But so far, it does not seem like this gentleman went to jail necessarily for, or should I say, he went to jail for killing Pop Smoke. But it doesn't sound like he's the actual killer of Pop Smoke.
I got videos of everything and all. Like, it was like basically being out. It's just being around a whole bunch of niggas.
It's crazy because like when you're locked up, everybody obviously is just trying to have the best quality of life that they can. But then when somebody gets locked up for something that the people like decide that they don't like you for, they'll see any little thing, any little luxury that you're getting in there, even if it's a pizza, and they'll just use that to be like, how the f is he able to have this kind of accommodation?
Yeah, they do. Social media.
But so you're young and you go in on this super high profile case, but obviously you're in LA, so it's like, it's not like it would be like if you got locked up in Brooklyn. It's like how did people treat you and how did they seem to regard you, given that you were so young and were accused of doing something so outrageous?
I mean, they ain't really treat me no different. I went up in there and for me, everything was how it's supposed to be, as being go in, run my fades, chill. Some staff like act kind of weird, but as time went by and they got to know me, be around me, they started fucking with me. So it was just ended up being like, of course, like they be like, oh, he high profile, keep like. But other than that, they wasn't really treating me different.
You never saw He Who Shall Not Be Named in there, Mr. Forehead Tattoo.
Forehead tattoo.
Nah, cause you was in juvie, right?
I was in juvie.
Oh, right, never mind. My bad.
Don't get me started, okay?
That would be the ultimate fade, though.
Man, fight. I'm not gonna fight nobody retarded.
Oh, shit.
I ain't got like, I ain't gonna play with that.
I know you said that a lot of people look at you like a bad person. Do you feel like a bad person?
I feel like the things I did as a kid, things I did when I was young, I understand what people say. I was a bad person. I was a terrible person, honestly. No, that's how I had to be. If not, it's like you get thrown in a shark tank. What you gonna do?
Yeah.
I don't know how I eat sharks. I don't care. Like, throw me in a shark tank, whatever it is.
I mean, one thing that stands out to me about it is that we are coming off like 15 years of rap music coming out of LA that really glamorizes home invasions. And like, there's a bunch of different rappers that we can all name who have made a lot of money off of pushing narratives about how fun it is to rob people's cribs. And that your situation is not that different from a lot of other people who've done a lot of other shit. It just went left one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of people that's in my situation. It's just time passed and people just not really looking at them. It's not on them. Just mine's just fresh. So everybody want to know what's going on, feels how they feel. But social media, like I said, they social media.
The weed's starting to kick in.
No.
How come you had all that security with you outside the store the other day?
It's just like, I mean, that's really how I move every day. If it's not real security, like, I'm with my boy, I'm with somebody or something, like.
So that's another thing. For someone to be, you know, the said fresh out of jail killer of a high profile rapper, you sure do have some high paid security with you already. Adam just said that. You have security with you. You don't just have your boys with you. You would think someone that just, you know, just committed a murder, he wouldn't even have the quote unquote money necessarily to have security with him, would he? Or be able to pay for security, would he? Another thing. Who's paying for that security for this gentleman? Especially since I'm hearing now that he's supposed to be a rapper. Don't know how far that's going to go. I haven't heard a single record. Very telling that he has paid for security fresh out of jail, though.
That's how I move every day, so it's not me being scared.
What about even like your probation officer or parole officer, whoever that was, telling you that they were scared for your life? Do you take that serious?
I mean, yeah, let's touch on that subject. Everybody makes it seem like I cut my house bracelet off for no reason. They don't know the situation. I've been out for 10 months, by the way. I've been out for a minute. Well, probably 11 months. Yeah, going on 11 months.
I had so many people hitting me up about that, and I had to tell them, like, you've been out for a minute.
I've been low, like, I tried to be a regular civilian, school, work, everything. I had 2 jobs, everything. Wasn't on social media, but I don't know. It just wasn't for me.
You were doing all that because you were required to, or you just were genuinely trying to just live a straight life?
I was trying to go straight. I was trying to go straight lane.
Were you working these jobs getting recognized and shit, or not?
Nah, well...
Because there's all these videos about you, but it's not like there's pictures of you in those videos, right? It's mostly just the idea of it.
I mean, I got recognized a couple times at the job. Be like randomly, like it'd be like real random. Rarely I get recognized. But there's more people that know me that have been following me before this. Cause like before this situation, like I already was like in my hood, in LA. Like everybody already knew me. I was been going viral. I was been doing stuff. So I was already known. This has just brought the whole world and attention. So,
Only one Zane. What it do? What it do?
Was it one of those things where everybody in your neighborhood and shit knew about the situation before you got caught?
Honestly, I don't know. I stay to myself. After that, I didn't talk about it. Nothing. It was nothing to be said, nothing to talk about, nothing to brag about, nothing. Nah.
What were you doing when they came and got you?
Yeah, break that day down.
So I had got this room.
Mike.
Oh, I had got this room, and I got this room in Ontario. And when I got the room, I had a female come over. You already know how that goes. And
Not too much.
yeah,
Not too much.
I got a call at like 3 in the morning from my mama. She like, they just raided the house. I'm like, ooh, like, what could it be for? Because I into so much shit. I'm like, what could it be for? Then my brother called me like, I think it's that. They taking pictures, everything. So from there, I just get up instantly. Wake her up like, it's time to go. Like, we gotta leave. Boom. My boy was across from us, so I wake him up. We go downstairs. I walk the bitch to the car. And when she get in the car, she pull off, and I hop in the car I was in. I hop in the back seat, and then right once we finna pull off, like cars just came in front of us, and I thought it was my ops. And I'm lacking, so I just instantly like drop. Like I'm like, ooh, like it's over for me, like. But then I started seeing helicopters. So I'm like, they ain't never coming like that. I'm like, hold up. I'm like, oh, that's the police. I'm in my head like, they got me. Like, but then once they arrested me and shit, they had, I asked them like, what I'm getting arrested for. They like, it's a warrant. So I'm like, I'm on probation, so I probably did something. I'm like, they ain't coming like that. They take me to the station. They put me in there with some nigga. And when they put me in there, some nigga instantly tried to ask me about my case. Well, he didn't ask me about my case. He asked me like, what you up in here for? I'm like, I'm up in here for a warrant. And he like, oh, all right. I'm like, what you up in here for? And he like, oh, I'm up in here for stealing a candy bar. So from there, I'm like, nigga stealing a candy bar. Like, nigga, you don't go to jail for that, nigga. They gonna have you pay for it. They gonna have you give it back. Like,
you gotta steal a truck of candy bars.
Exactly. So I'm just looking at him. I'm like, oh, all right, like, you finna go home. Like, they finna release you right now. I don't even know why they arrested you. And he like, yeah, boo. He like, so like, kept asking for my case, so I started getting mad. I'm like, bro, like, why you keep asking for my case? And he like, oh, nah, they just making a ruckus outside about it. Ooh. And then I get a knock on the door. Well, not a knock on the door, I just hear the door lock. And I see a lady had came to my house before with my PO and showed me a paper of him. And I just like looked at it and I said, I don't know nothing about it. But she had the same lady came with the paper. And she was like, yeah, like, you're here for this. I'm just, look, oh, you got the wrong nigga. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. And she was like, yeah, we finna see. Boom. Close the door. And I started getting mad. I started getting irritated. And nigga asked me, like, oh, so you here for whoopty whoop? I just spazzed out on him. I like, nigga, on the damn, nigga, I'll knock you out, nigga. Like, why you in my business? Boom, they heard the ruckus, so the fucking police to open the door and take him out. So from there, I'm like that's an informant, that's a snitch.
Yeah.
Because
that's how they got Draco too.
The rumor was that that one of y'all told on yourself to the informant that was in the cell with y'all. And they said it was you or one of the minors that was in.
Nah, it wasn't me. I have no snitch allegations on my name.
Yeah.
It was a situation, one of them, I spoke a little too much in the investigation room, but not in the investigation room.
Not in the jail cell.
Informant. He spoke to an informant. Yeah. He spoke a little too much, but he didn't speak. It wasn't nothing outrageous.
Yeah.
So it wasn't, you're not making it a big deal. Like, nigga just...
He said enough, though. The informant got the kid to say enough to where they actually were able to pinpoint how they were supposedly had gotten the address. But that's where the biggest loophole of them all comes into play, because that's how the kid actually divulged to the informant how they got the address in the first place. It was supposedly through them looking through Instagram. Now, here's the kicker. Again, he says he didn't know who Pop Smoke was. But if the kid that was supposedly speaking to the informant says that they were looking through Instagram, how did you not know who Pop Smoke was? On top of, I believe some of those pictures were actually posted on Mike D, his friend's page. So you did see both Pop Smoke as well as Mike D. But that's the telling thing. You got the information from Mike D's page, not Pop Smoke's. How did you know to go to Mike D's page specifically to get the information of the address? Why was Mike D specifically posting pictures that showed the entire house as well as the address on the Amiri tag? It sounds like someone was pretty much letting specific people know where they were. Not necessarily just being accidentally dropping a location. It sounds like someone wanted someone to know where they were. That's what I'm getting out of this. Especially from what he just said as well. Considering he had no idea who Pop Smoke was, he just knows he was on a dummy mission. This was definitely not the triggerman of Pop Smoke. And his brother can confirm that.
And y'all got the same mom and dad?
We got the same mom.
Okay, same mom. What's his mental like when you speak to him?
I feel like
This is Treyway. Treyway is an actual up-and-coming rapper in the game right now, but has pretty much been blackballed because of his brother's supposed alleged killing.
I don't know, man. We just got like way he act like he thugging it out type shit, you know, like I don't know. I feel like my little brother, like I'm like his biggest idol type shit, so I don't know. He tried to act like he like thugging it on the phone, but I know it's really hurting him type shit. Cause like we got like a fucked up life on God. My mom just got out. He ain't never really seen my mom like that. She been in jail for 10 years. When he went to jail, he was like 15, so he ain't seen my mom since he was like 4 years old. She fresh out. We got problems going on and shit like that. So we gotta know it's a lot going on for him. He just act like he thugging it out type shit though.
Yeah, do you know when the trial or anything starts like that? It's been a minute.
Nah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Man, and your mom did 10 years?
Yeah.
Man, so you trying to break that cycle.
So also, as you just heard, Blockstar was actually just 15 when he went in. So there's the other big loophole. He was 19 when he started to realize that he had the pull in the jail, supposedly. When in all actuality, when he first went into jail, he already had the pull. If you notice the pictures at the pizza, him also talking about he had the phones, he had different privileges, the security guards knew who he was. Hell, the whole jail knew who he was already. He had certain privileges already. From the gate. He didn't get those privileges 2 years later. And as he says, his brother's pretty much acting, that's his idol. What it sounds like, that little brother is pretty much just imitating his big idol. And pretty much just putting on this front that he's been paid to do now.
Exactly. That's literally what I'm shooting for. Cause I ain't gonna lie, how my family go, nigga, is prison. Like, I ain't gonna lie, like prison where a nigga thought he would be by this age, chilling with my brothers type shit. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Cause nigga, I got a big family. My mom got 7 kids, my dad got a lot of kids, so nigga got hella brothers. Like they all prison, jail, or headed there, county jail or something. Or I got my brother 3Z, he be rapping and shit. He did a tape with Rio and shit, 3Z. I got my brother T1 from Edgemont, my brother Bam Bam. I got a little brother, and it's me. So it's 5 boys.
Shit. Back to the Pop Smoke thing, he posted his address online.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know how that shit went.
Okay.
I was in jail when all that shit was going on.
Exactly. Now, listen to when he says he has no idea what people are talking about as far as his brother being the killer.
About the Pop Smoke shit, man. Like, and I know, what I'm saying, the homies was from where you from. You know what I'm saying? Your set.
Yeah.
Like, how do y'all deal with that shit? You feel me? Like, what was the rumors and shit going around about that?
Shit, well, the allegations is my little brother in jail for actually supposedly killing Pop Smoke verse. My boy innocent though, free man for on the set.
So your little brother is in jail for killing Pop Smoke.
Mhm.
Damn. How did them niggas get caught up?
Mm-hmm.
Like, niggas snitched on him?
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
So they just picked him up out of nowhere?
Yes.
Man, that
Like
shit sound...
really, literally, okay, that, I don't know what the fuck going on. Literally, they just got him, like, it was nothing. They say the reason they went to jail from some anonymous tips from the East Coast.
Some anonymous tips from some East Coasters told on your little brother.
Not the East Coast.
An anonymous tip from the East Coast is why Blockstar ended up in jail. On top of, he says that they just picked him up out of nowhere. For his older brother to say that Blockstar was just picked up out of nowhere is a little bit, it's very, I'm very curious now. If he was picked up out of nowhere, that's pretty much giving us more confirmation that he is definitely the fall guy to this entire thing. Because once again, for someone to not know who Pop Smoke was, he pretty much was saying that, he was there, but didn't necessarily do anything. There's a lot of loopholes in not only the kid's story, but now it sounds like there's a lot of... Thank you, ATF. Thank you, ATF, CIA. This is pretty much how they do. The kid and pretty much his crew were sent on dummy missions for this entire thing. I'm not going to say the CIA was necessarily involved with Pop Smoke's killing, but how this actually could have played out, and we're going to confirm this later on. The kids were sent on a dummy mission to pretty much remove Pop Smoke, but they were sent to make it look like a robbery. That's why Blockstar couldn't necessarily divulge how much they actually took, because they didn't actually take anything at all except for the Rolex, supposedly, and a little bit of cash. Which it sounds like someone had just given them that cash. It wasn't like they took it out of Pop Smoke's pocket. Someone gave them that money as well as gave them that watch to make it look like this was a home invasion robbery. They were given the items just like they were given the address to go there. Specifically from one person. That is why his brother is saying he was picked up out of nowhere. Because he might not actually be the gentleman that was there in the first place. He just knows of the situation.
This is the East Coast.
Oh, the East Coast. Oh, so who was working on that case with them? I think, was it a 50 Cent from the East Coast? Working on that case?
50 Cent better. Damn, I don't know, why would we just reveal this? 50 Cent is coming.
That is...
The millionaires is coming after me. Oh.
So, that's one part of the reason why you feel like you being blackballed.
Yeah, for a fact. I know certain niggas don't fuck with me because of that shit too. But I'll be trying not to broadcast it, but people know his face. So, like, say if I post him, like, it'll go viral or on some viral shit, like all those.
So he already knows that, 50 Cent is on the case of things. Now, needless to say, I don't think 50 was the one that was the anonymous tip that, put this young man behind bars. I think that someone else gave him the anonymous tip that Blockstar could potentially be the killer, and they should pick him up based upon his record. I think he was picked up based upon his record, not necessarily because they had evidence that he was actually there. Even through looking through the phones of these kids. As you simply heard Blockstar say, he doesn't even go through social media like that. It was his man that was saying it to the informant that was going through supposed social medias and stumbled upon specifically Mike D's page to see the address. Again, this is starting to sound like someone gave them that address and knew where to look for that address. But the biggest thing is, I don't think Blockstar was actually there to begin with. I think Blockstar might have been either outside when this happened. He might have been one of the kids in the neighborhood that knew someone that did it. Or he possibly was just friends of the dark-skinned gentleman that we seen sweeping in the video, the original video where they said Pop Smoke's killer. And it was just a dark-skinned kid sweeping. And I'm like, then I see the video of saying Blockstar, and they're saying that he's the killer. I'm saying, wait a minute. So none of you know who the actual triggerman is? Real quick. Watch this. Watch this. So, it's going to show you just the GIF of it, right? If you Google or look up Pop Smoke's killer in jail, you actually see someone completely different. As you can see here, where it says Pop Smoke's killer, you see a completely different gentleman there with an afro and dark skin. You do not see Blockstar. So again, why is it Blockstar was said to be the killer when originally they said that the dark-skinned gentleman was? More confirmation that Blockstar is only the fall guy to this. As Treyway just said, Blockstar was pretty much picked up out of nowhere. His own brother said that he was pretty much picked up literally out of nowhere. Now, of course, you're going to say, oh, yeah, that's his brother. Of course, you're going to say that. But he said that a little bit too honest, that his brother was picked up out of nowhere. They say 90% of conversation is body language. I'm pretty sure all of you can tell Treyway was pretty much telling the truth when he said that his brother was picked up out of nowhere and he had nothing to do with the killing. So, if Blockstar is not the actual killer, and from what we're hearing, might not have even actually been there, let's try to hear now from Whack 100, who has a pretty interesting angle on this as far as the whole backdoor theory that everyone's saying might have been Mike D.
Let's not act like
Oh yeah, thank you, ATF. He has security guards with what job?
we don't cheer when our team wins. Fellas,
Jesus.
when the squad come back from putting in the work, we want to hear the details. We like, what? Yeah, when I jumped out and I ran, yeah, that's right. Okay, you jump for joy. While you jumping for joy, somebody's crying.
But okay, what I really want to hear your opinion on is the fact that one of Pop Smoke's homies, Ross Swish,
They backdoored Pop. They set him up.
No, they didn't. But
New York set him up. That's a fact.
If that interview told me anything, it was that conspiracy theory has no legs. But anyway,
Are you slow in the head?
The dude
don't
you're
get
thinking
what
of is
he's
Mike
doing?
D. Ross Swish was not anywhere near this situation when it went down in LA.
Do you not get what the kid was doing?
Oh, now you're talking about that.
Bro, it's still people on trial.
Oh, now, okay.
Of course he's going to say this wasn't this and this wasn't that. Them is special circumstances.
So you still believe it was a backdoor with no evidence? What's the evidence? What points you in that direction?
4 people with hoodies come in a spot with 4 or 5 people, and all they do is leave a motherfucker in the shower. Nobody else is touched, and the 911 call comes from New York.
Thank you, Wack. The actual 911 call that let the police know Pop Smoke was dead came from New York. On top of The killers didn't leave with anything. They were given the money in the Rolex later. They didn't actually leave with anything. They just left with Pop Smoke dead in a shower. What type of home invasion robbery is this?
Remember, I got blamed first for it.
Why would you have been?
Corey King went live. Well-known blood. Corey King's the one who started the blood movement out there. So he's the name is Corey King. Right? Went live, crying. Whack, bitch ass nigga, I know you have something to do with this shit. You, Game, Snoop, Ice Cube, none of you niggas are come to New York. I'm in Germany on tour with Game. We ain't even here. But I did tell Blueface, now let me tell how close it came. Blueface and the baby shot a video that day. Nephew called me, he said, Whack, Pop Smoke in town, he want me to come to the studio. I said, negative. He got too much going on.
Pop Smoke had too much going on.
Yeah.
Even out here?
Yeah, he was out here.
He had street situations going on out here.
So I said, listen, he ordering bitches, the homie that supplied everybody females, right? They told me, like, nigga, to order like 10, 15 bras. Every one female out of towners.
How do you order
every
a bra?
one female that you order and bring to your location, 5 niggas know about you.
Right.
So if it's 10, 50 niggas know where you at.
So you know that for a fact that
That's a fact.
He had some setup chicks in there?
No, listen, you know, that's what it is. I got women right now that they go places, we hear they told them the thing, this, we see what it is, right? So I tell Blueface, nah, go home.
So here's the telling thing that Wack pretty much just let out, but he had to say it quickly. Once you order a girl, the rest of LA pretty much has a Batman signal put on you, right? What he was alluding to was that one of the women there was paid for that night. We're going to listen to Amelia Rose's story in a second here and look at her different posts that she's been putting, because this would also say that there was more than one woman there. Supposedly, Hitmaker also had a theory that the same exact woman that was involved in Pop Smoke's killing was involved in his home invasion. The kicker to that is they have 2 different faces. Amelia Rose looks completely different from Talia Hilly. So before we get into Amelia's particular insight on things, I want you guys to listen to Hitmaker real quick, as he said that someone, was in the same home invasion, or should I say was involved in the same home invasion. Where we at here?
She was sharing a location. It was 3 guys with guns and like that trying to come and kick in my crib. And the crazy thing is, like, when it was happening, instead of her being like a girl in the midst of a home invasion, like I was, like, she was fighting me.
As people trying to enter your crib?
Yeah, bro. It was yo, bro. I'm still dealing with PTSD from that. Here go the craziest. So I casually, like, I'm cool with Pop Smoke girlfriend or whatever. She had hit me like, yo, like,
Tell me it's the same dude.
Yeah, man, dog, yeah, bro.
That's crazy.
Yet another reason to settle down with one woman and mind your damn business. Out here with all these randoms, they tell you don't speak to strangers, don't sleep with them either.
All right, another thing that he talked about was...
Okay, so real quick, let's take a look at who Talia Tilly is, the quote-unquote said female that Hitmaker is talking about, right? You know what? I'm going to bring myself over here real quick so we can actually take a look at some things here. All right. So again, this is, hopefully I'm saying her name right, Talia Tilly. Talia Tilly did her own little untold stories. Oop, didn't want to do that. did her own little untold stories on Hitmaker in the incident, right? So she did confirm that she was actually there. Now, here's the kicker. Hitmaker says that this same woman was also involved in Pop Smoke's killing. Amelia Rose would also go to say that Mike D was talking to a black woman when this all happened. In a video here, there was a video made that fans had pretty much put together the reasons why they thought Mike D was the actual backdoor guy. Let me play that here for you. And you're going to see some clues here to let you know pretty much why they even said this. Let me put myself away here. This is Mike D's post. This is Mike D flexing with Pop Smoke's money. Mike in front of the car. Now, this is the actual picture that supposedly the killers were looking at. This is one of the pictures supposedly that the killers were looking at when they realized what house Pop Smoke was at. As you can see in the back, you have the 033. You only have to look up, what else is that, what the rest of that address might even be if you're in LA. So they pretty much pinpointed to 2033 Hercules Drive. The 2 is pretty much almost sticking out there as well. Exactly. That's another thing. This picture came from Mike D's page. It did not come from Pop Smoke's. Fans comment the actual address. Then you post the Amiri with the address again. This was the biggest teller to me of them all. Because one, you can say, okay, the address picture where you're right in front of the home, I get it. That one can be accidental. This particular picture is not accidental. Mike wanted someone to see this address. Why would you post an Amiri tag with the entire address? And there's Mike D deflecting it, of course. His brother claims he left. This was a huge one here. I left his house at 3 a.m. in the morning. How did he leave the house at 3 o'clock in the morning? Here's the thing. Pop Smoke was supposedly murdered at 4:30 in the morning when the call was made. So here's where you have to put your thinking caps on just a little bit, okay? The call was made at 4:30 in the morning. Mike says he just left the house at 3 a.m. As you see here, it was an hour and 43 minutes later that he had posted it. but Pop hadn't died yet. Pop hadn't get gunned down yet. And Mike had already made the post. That's why fans think Mike had something to do with it. Because how do you make a whole post about, oh, I was just with him at 3 a.m. And the murder wasn't said until 4:30 in the morning. He posted at an hour and 43 minutes prior to Pop's killing. He was already back. He was already back in New York. Think about that. Mike was already back in New York at 4:30 in the morning. Now, let's listen to Miss Amelia, or should I say, let's look at Amelia Rose's posts. Because she has some very interesting ones here. Probably need to bring this one up a little bit bigger. Okay. All right. So, let me just bring it back over here. I knew I was going to use the bigger screen today. It's fine. I'll take myself down. All right. So, it's kind of small. They don't allow you to save some of these pictures, so I'll just read it for you guys. Only after 4 months, I realized that the person from New York who was at the studio that night was involved in this. The woman I'm talking about is from New York, too. I want to close this story. I want to start a new life. But I'm afraid for my life because they know that I know. I'm scared to go to trial. Every day for 3 years, I've been afraid for my life. They are watching me. They want to find me and take my life. That's the only reason I even started talking. This is Amelia Rose. This is the actual woman that was dating and with Pop Smoke the time he was murdered. Which pretty much confirms part of her story where she says Mike was talking to another woman and specifically said it was another black woman. Which would also confirm what Hitmaker was saying when he said that the same woman was also there and involved in Pop Smoke's home invasion. Which lets us know that Talia Tilly was the actual black woman that Amelia was talking about, that Mike was talking to. Now, how do we know that? From an actual post. Where is it? Where is it? Going to play here Amelia's little story here.
Where after all shit what I have, he just have 4 years. Was not robbery. They come to kill us. Everything was so fast. They didn't ask about money, and he just have 4 years. How I can feel safe in LA after 4 years? This is so crazy. I feel so upset. This is so huge pain, and he will just have 4 years after all this shit. I'm trying to I can't believe. It's make me feel super sad. They take his life. They crash my life in just 4 years. I was so in shock. This is impossible. I have hysterical. What pain I have, and he have just 4 years. This is so crazy. I can't believe what I read. How it's possible? We all have our life, our dreams, and then boom, and you don't have your life. No dreams. No nothing. And then this person...
Okay. So she was pretty much distraught about the 4 years that Blockstar was sentenced to. Now, on Hip Hop Homicide, she would go and divulge her damn near entire story about what actually happened that evening. This was actually a pretty good episode too of Hip Hop Homicide. I will say that. Let me see. Ooh, hold on. Who's that? New Eyes. What it do? Ah, okay. All right. Let me play this real quick. Give me 1 second. So I'm not too sure. Oh, matter of fact, I was skipping something actually. Which would be this one.
You know, somebody come, like if something happens to me and somebody comes to my mom, I'm not trying to hear it either. I understand that. So I gotta take whatever she say and take it to the chin.
He was responding to Pop Smoke's mother.
That's how she feel. I know how I feel about my like people I lost, and nobody can say like nobody can change like whatever I say. I'm standing on, and nobody could make me change what I say. Like it is what it is. I said what I said. He did it, and this is how I feel about the situation. So I feel like she's standing on how she feel. I understand that. One thing I noticed though, like she didn't speak any hate towards you. You know, even the interviewer did. Like she called you scum of the earth, but the mama, she didn't speak any hate. She just, you know, yeah, in the video, I didn't see no hatred. It was just more of like karma. Like he can know, like when his time, like karma gonna come. Like he's whatever happens, but it's gonna catch up to him. Like so. It wasn't hatred. It was just like, I guess she's more on the God side, more on the religious. So she's more on like let God take care of it type shit. So, so you know, another thing that they had mentioned was they thought that you were being disrespectful in the interview. So I want to ask you, what was your intentions? Was your intentions to be disrespectful? My intentions wasn't to be disrespectful. But I know I probably came off disrespectful. I seen the video, like as I watched it and seen the clips, I agree that I came off disrespectful. But then that wasn't my intention. My intention not to send any disses towards nobody, sending nothing. Like he's not an op at the end of the day. Like people that I beef with is people that I'm gonna disrespect. I'm not gonna disrespect nobody. I don't beef with nobody. I had no animosity with nobody. There was no tension there. There was nothing to like disrespect that person about. Like that person was an idol. People looked up to him. People seen him as like people wanted to be that person. Like people wanted to see him win. Like if I didn't know, like if I was out there and I seen him rapping, I know I want to see him win too. Like if he was alive, I want to see him win today. Like I wouldn't want to see that happen to him. Like I want to see him succeed. I would want it to be successful. So, you know, with the situation, you know, with it being Pop Smoke, it's a lot of stories that's on the internet, you know, like there's rumors, there's people, news companies coming with all type of stuff. But one of the things I seen is a couple people said that he was backdoored by his own people because the call
when he got killed, the call to 911 came from New York. Yeah. I was watching the interview with No Jumper, Adult 22 and Wack 100, and he was talking about how I'm probably holding out the information due to because case is still open, people still fighting the case. It wasn't no setup situation. Like the assumptions, like of course people gonna feel that way, like because the call, like I heard the call came in from what my court said. The call came in from New York 40 minutes after the incident, so it's kind of sketchy. It's kind of like, yeah, but from my understanding, whatever I had to do the situation, nobody helped me in that house. So is there some truth to it being?
No one helped you in the house. That was why I said to myself, oh damn, I am skipping something here. Because I wanted to play this particular part where he pretty much almost switches up his story as far as to what actually even happened. Also notice how this is after his No Jumper interview and Wack 100, and how paid this kid looks, huh? How paid he looks after this supposed killing. Supposed killing at that. But now let us get into hip hop homicides. Actually, before we get into hip hop homicides, this is the clip I wanted to play you guys, where you can literally see Amelia saying that she's seen Mike D acting very strange that evening, as well as can pinpoint that there was a different woman there.
So you know it's like right around the same time. It's ironic that I'm actually doing this video. Reports say he was ambushed while in LA in an Airbnb, Hollywood Hills, when 4 suspects broke in the house and shot Pop Smoke and then quickly left the house, right? No robbery attempt. They didn't want a thing from him, just ran in the house and killed Pop Smoke and ran out with just no harm, no nothing. And that was that. Now there's a mysterious woman that was present in the house along with Mike D, who was Pop Smoke's childhood best friend, who also took pictures early in the day, in which people are alleging that was one of the ways the suspects were able to locate Pop Smoke due to the address of the Airbnb being in the photo that Mike D posted to his Instagram account. Now it's also being suspected that they were able to get Pop Smoke's location due to an Instagram story that Pop Smoke put out that same day that included a package from the brand designer Mike Amiri that also included his location as well, right? Now with all the theories floating around as to how Pop Smoke was killed, how his location was given out, you know, and out of all places being killed in Hollywood Hills, right? Where nothing really happens, this mysterious woman covered in a white sheet that was seen in the infamous video of Pop Smoke's lifeless body being carried out of the home finally decides to speak up on what she witnessed that day, and she's pointing fingers at Pop Smoke's best friend, Mikey D. All right, she's saying like he's one of the suspects. So we're going to get into all that and talk about some statements she released via Instagram. And, you know, I want to hear you guys' opinion, what y'all think on it when the video is done. So stay tuned, because what she says is kind of interesting. And I'm not saying I believe her 100%, right? However, she was there. That's a fact. We know she was there. And if you are a longtime member of the Hookah family, then y'all know the video I did on this already in the past. I stated that something did not sound right about what we're being told that happened that night. All right, and we're gonna talk about all that. So let's just get into it, man. But before we do, make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Now watch this, right? We'll read Miss Amelia's post here in the back.
What it is for you, and it's inevitable. Detectives are sure that someone from the house was in control of the situation. See, things are getting sticky now. Now it says, tell everyone the truth. What it is inside job. Tell all his friends who else is involved in his death, because they are now still free. Fake BITC, you know the rest. I hate you, burn in hell. You thought I'd be silent. I'm not going to be silent anymore. I will never forgive you for all the word that you said to me that night. So she can't really speak too much English. Oh, and then the last slide, she got a picture of Pop Smoke and she captioned it this. She said, quote, I'm still crying about you, real Pop Smoke. I still remember your smile and laughter. You were a wonderful person. You were a gentleman, a romantic gangster. I will never forget you. My heart is broken and I'll probably live all my life with this pain. Thank you for coming to me in my dreams and telling me to be strong. How I want someone to tell me that all this is a terrible dream. I still can't believe that this happened. I'm so angry that they took the life of such a talented guy. I will fight for justice and truth. So I don't know how true her information is, but she's alleging that
Now, I want to read this post here while it's pretty much up. So, you are so fake. I'm sure you are involved in what happened. Your reaction and everything you did that night was so weird. When we were on our way home, you were so nervous. She's talking about Mike D here. You were texting someone the whole time. When we got home, you were talking to someone on the phone. Maybe you will tell everyone the truth. Who was the black woman who did setup? Who was the black woman that did the setup? Who are the people involved in his murder? You know everything. I saw everything. When Pop was talking to someone on the phone, you went to look out the window. I remember how you looked out the window and wrote to someone. It is from this window that you can see the stairs along which they climbed to the second floor. So pretty much where Mike was standing and texting to someone and looking out, he literally can see if someone was even coming in at all. Almost as if he was the one that was going to be signaling for them to come in. Doesn't it sound like that? I remember how you looked out the window and wrote to someone. It is from this window that you can see the stairs along which they climbed to the second floor. 2 rooms overlook this balcony, and I wonder how they knew which room to go to. I'm sure, Mike, that it was you who gave them the information. How did they know that we have no weapons and security? You saw them and did nothing. You had a chance to save us, but you did nothing. All these 2 years, I wanted to tell you that I hate you. You ruined my life with these people. A few minutes before the murder, you went outside and turned the alarm on. Maybe that's how you gave them a signal. Prison is waiting for you and it's inevitable. Detectives are sure that someone from the house was in control of the situation. Tell everyone the truth, what it is, an inside job. Tell all his friends who else is involved. Yeah. Of course, the fake bitch part you heard him say as well. So you see here, Amelia Rose thinks that Mike D was definitely the one who did the inside job of this. But again, confirms that there was a black woman that helped set him up, which we can then confirm with Hitmaker's story that it was Talia Tilly who was also here at the scene of the crime. So now we have 2 people. We have Mike and we have Talia Tilly, who pretty much orchestrated the hit for Pop Smoke. But now it leaves us the question why. So let's look at Hip Hop Homicide real quick.
As of 2022, there's been a staggering number of well-known or established rappers who've been murdered.
Nipsey Hussle was murdered.
We've had a chance to talk to Pop Smoke's longtime friend, Mike D.
People think what they want to think, I mean.
But there's still some questions that remain. However, I got some good news this morning. Our team was finally able to connect with Amelia Rose, the only person in the room at the time of Pop's murder, aside from the assailants. She agreed to speak with us today in her first TV interview since Pop's murder.
Hello, Amelia. First of all, we know this has been difficult, so we really do appreciate you speaking with us. Let's start at the beginning. When did you first meet Pop Smoke?
I will start talk slowly in Russian, and my friend will translate. В декабре меня позвал друг на фестиваль Rolling Cloud 15 декабря.
To the festival Rolling Cloud in December, and I decided to go.
Я была на бэкстейже на фестивале, и меня схватил за руку парень, которого я не знала. Он сказал, не хотела бы я с ним познакомиться. So, okay. So, I was in the studio, he recording some music. I remember how Pop was looking at me, and I was thinking about, oh my God, he's so beautiful. And I was on my way to my Uber, and he opens his window, and he said, do you want to go with me? And I'm like, wow, I like this Uber. I want to have a good night. I was in his car. I remember how when he was driving, it was like fly. And I thinking about like, wow, he drives so cool. Mike D, he was behind. And Mike, his face was nervous and he was messaging somebody nonstop.
Can you take me through what happened when you guys got back to the house?
Pop said he was going to upstairs. I'm sitting on the bed and I'm starting to take off my clothes. And he said, okay, I will come back. And he was going to restroom. So this was his last words. And this moment, it was like couple seconds. And I hear the noise. The guy was in the mask and his gun was like, look at me, you know? His eyes make me so scared. They ran to the restroom. Pop screamed, what? Like, Pop, I was touching his pulse and I didn't feel nothing. I opened the door and I started to scream like, Mike, they killed him, like, please call 911. And then he said, why, bitch, they didn't kill you? I said, me? Why me? And Mike,
Very telling right there. Mike said, why didn't they kill you? And judging from how she says it, it's a, bitch, why didn't they kill you? As if he was frustrated that she was still alive when Pop was dead. Someone's a little bit nervous that Amelia was still alive. Instead of being, you know, oh my God, what happened? Are you all right? They killed Pop. What? It's just, no, bitch, they should have killed you. And she's seen where Mike was the entire time.
I was in shock from his reaction. He started to screaming like crazy, like, this bitch did and put finger on me. he was started to be very aggressive, you know, at the moment. He started screaming like crazy, and I was so scared. And first of all, he know, like, Pop invited me. I didn't know address. I didn't do nothing wrong. He know, like, Pop invited me. It was so weird. He's this very, for me, it's so strange, all his reaction.
When it happened, there were people online who blamed you. And you said at the scene, there were people who blamed you. There might be people who say that you're blaming Mike so that people don't blame you. What would you say to those people?
I don't care what people say. True on my side, I save everything. I don't need to explain everybody.
You think Mike had something to do with what happened to Pop?
Think about everything, how Mike moved. His reaction was so strange that day. I think like this was planning before, you know, somebody to give them all information.
Amelia certainly has her suspicions about Mike D's involvement. So it looks like we need to head back to Canarsie and give Mike one more chance to tell us his side. On to Amelia Rose's accusations.
Something happened to Pop. For some reason, people pointed at you.
Yes.
People then saw that the location was posted, thought, okay, that's how they got to where they got.
Yeah.
But since then, this girl, Amelia Rose, and other people have directly said that they feel like you had something to do with what happened to Pop Smoke. So there's an Instagram post. I have it for you in case you want.
Seen it.
You saw the Instagram post.
Yeah, I seen it.
She didn't see how someone could have gotten to the room where Pop was unless there was somebody on the inside that helped them out. And she basically said that it was you.
Listen, like I said, people gonna say what they wanna say, people gonna think what they wanna think. I know me, and if you know me, and anybody knows me, they know Pop is my dogs, my heart, so.
And this girl, Amelia Rose, ever want to pick up the phone and tell her what's on your mind or shoot back at her at the comments?
I don't know that person, so no, I don't.
Is there anything that you wish you would have done differently that night?
Wish I wasn't sleeping. What was it?
You wish you weren't sleeping. So that's another thing. In the supposed report, Mike said he was sleeping. And that he didn't know what was going on whatsoever, and he woke up to the gunshot. In Amelia's story, Mike was wide awake and looking out of a window texting someone. Mike was right there. Yes, Emil. What it do, Daily Bread? What it do? My bad. Yes, Emil. He has very nervous energy. That was another telling thing with this interview here. Mike being very fidgety. The eye contact was zero. He couldn't even look him in the eyes as he asked him this. Now, on the other side, on the flip side of the coin, you can say, oh, he's just, he's still petrified about, or should I say traumatized about, his friend from elementary school being killed. But needless to say, if we're going to really think about things, those chains, the clothes, one could say, okay, he's got, a little bit of money and some clothes left over from being with Pop Smoke, right? He's even an actor, right? But he's not necessarily a high-paid actor. He's not a A-list actor, right? So if he's none of those things, and I mean, we all know Mike D is not necessarily rich, right? Correct? And if he's not, how does one have these pictures just 6 weeks ago? Looks like someone got paid off, didn't they? Looks like someone is living a pretty okay life after Pop Smoke's died. As much as I want to say that these are old videos of you and Pop hanging together, there's too many telling things that tells me they're new. So if there are too many things telling me that this is new money that you've come across, and the rest of the Wu are not necessarily living like this. This is starting to tell me that someone was definitely paid for the murder of Pop Smoke. But again, you ask yourself, how does an elementary school friend set up his best childhood friend? You look no further than the person that was supposedly his other friend that was right next to him. Or should I say, with him the night before he was actually murdered. In an interview with Kitchen Talk, Favio Foreign would say he was good friends with Pop.
This episode, you know, this is a cool thing you do. You started to love to do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then what?
Then
let's go up to about where he actually talks about Pop.
Like, so niggas was like, you see, like the videos kind of look the same. Mm-hmm. What niggas is talking about kind of is the same. Know what I mean? So for me, it was like I felt like with me being like in jail or dead, like now, like I was homeless for a little while. Know what I mean, a couple years.
When you say you homeless,
oh, I skipped it. I apologize. I skipped it.
Cups in their hand. It was
I skipped it completely.
next, because now you probably at a point where you feel like, man, damn, I could have used that money.
Nah,
right?
I was sick. I was tight. I was ready to go find a nigga, but he really disappeared. He real life disappeared. And then I told Mace. Mace was like, yo, I don't know if y'all running some type of Brooklyn cap scam on me and acting like he ran off with the money. Mace ain't really believe it. He ain't really believe it.
Wow.
So, but he tried to do his ones and twos, flew me to Atlanta a couple times. I recorded mad songs with him. But it ain't really, I mean, told me a couple things, put me on game. But, like, I wasn't seeing him that much. I thought I was supposed to see him more. I wasn't mad at him. Everybody around was like,
did
yo,
he
where
get
Mace
you the
at?
features that you was looking for?
Nah. I never.
Didn't do none of
Nah,
that?
he never got me that G Herbo song.
That's all I wanted.
Wow. Somewhere in the midst of that, you moving around, things are not so clear for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then you record this song, Big Trip.
Yeah.
I'm in love with a lit bitch. All right.
Yeah.
Hey. Listen, it was a lot of lines on that song that really could be attributed to me.
Yeah.
A lot of lines
Resonated
on
with
that-
you.
attributed to me. Like,
What it
really.
do, sis? What it do, sis? Late bug.
Really, a lot of lines. At that point, like you record this song right in the midst of that, right?
Nah, what happened was, I think I signed to me. I think when I recorded that song probably like a year later. After I did the Blicky in the Box shit, I was like hood lit. So I was lit in the hood.
Right.
Brooklyn lit. The niggas who sent the beat, Axel and them, was from
Similar. It's hard to kind of distinguish who's who.
Yeah.
Do you realize that? Or do you feel
I
that
do
way?
realize that.
You feel that way?
I feel a lot. I see a
You
lot
don't
of people.
sound like nobody.
I see a lot of people doing like the same flows, same voice. They like to do a
Right.
little voice thing. They like to do.
I haven't really seen or really heard nobody that really has your sound. Now, when you first started rapping, was drill rap the thing that you did automatically?
Nah, when I first started rapping, I was just rapping regular. I used to watch mad rap battles. So I used to try to hit him with some punchlines and my shit
Right,
like
'cause
that.
you be having punchlines.
Yeah, I
on the
still
low.
had some point. Yeah. So I still keep a little punchline, but that's what I was doing. So I was rapping like that. But then we started doing drill because like niggas started dissing.
Okay, who created that Brooklyn drill?
Who created?
Who started that?
Bobby Shmurda.
Bobby Shmurda. Bobby Shmurda is the father of Brooklyn drill.
Yeah, that's the first time that word was ever brought up. Period. Like he did. He said. I think when he was rapping, he said, "This is the first New." They called it. They didn't even call it Brooklyn drill. They called it New York drill. Then they was comparing it to Chicago drill. And it was like, "This is New York drill." That was the first time that was ever brought up when he did it.
Why do you think they compared it? Was it the sound or was it the video? Because prior to that, I don't know if we was having a bunch of young niggas out in the street, because that's how Chicago videos was looking. It was young niggas. They was out. They had their cups in their hand. It was like, it wasn't real produced videos. It was like some organic shit. And then when Bobby and them shot, it looked just like that. Like,
I think it was a combination of the video and what they was talking about. Right? So they made it like drill. So they're like, this is drill music. I mean,
and y'all, do you feel like y'all coming up in that time, in that era, were influenced by what was going on in Chicago? Because I feel like the sound is different. The sound of Brooklyn drill right now is not the sound of Chicago.
that's a fact. But Chicago did play a big influence in it. Like at that time, niggas was listening to a lot of Chicago music, like a lot of it. Like that was the shit. Like so niggas was like, you see like the videos kind of look the same. What niggas is talking about kind of is the same. Know what I mean? So yeah, that shit influenced a lot of it. I mean, that's what probably not purposely, but that's what niggas was listening to.
Now, do you think that influenced the music, which also then influenced the violence?
Right.
I think maybe people. I feel like maybe people heard the music and then wanted to do more violence, but I feel like the violence was already there. So that was
violence.
It's like which
No
came
question.
first.
Yeah. So I feel like the reason why we was doing the songs, because we was doing the violence. Like,
okay, so here's the thing. Violence has been around since the beginning of time. We already understand it. The streets always been the streets. Since before we was here, it was another set of young niggas doing whatever they was doing, right?
Facts.
You know, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years ago. Now, what I'm saying is that where we at today with the music, with the drill, right? I was having a conversation and was trying to understand, is it, I don't believe that the music is influencing the young niggas. I believe that the young niggas that's already active, that's just who they are.
And they putting it in the music.
They putting it in the music.
But at the same time, it's like, it's hand in hand though. It go both ways. Like, to some people, they might listen to music and feel like they want to go do a drill or they want to go crazy. Like, it go both ways too.
But after like what happened with Pop, don't you feel like, you know, you gotta kind of maybe be more careful about what you put out there? I feel like that would be the first thing to come to mind if I'm doing the same shit, you know.
Nah, yeah, like I don't, like I'm way more careful with my addresses. Know what I mean? I don't play. I make sure security is on deck. Like,
But even what you say in music and you know, because it's like you put out what you get what you put out, you know.
nah,
That's like the energy in the universe.
I don't know. Maybe. But I didn't think about that. Like, stop talking about shit so I won't get, because that's there already.
Right.
Like, I could sing or talk some love shit for the rest of my life, but the niggas who hated me still gonna hate me.
Still
forever.
around you.
I mean, they still gonna hate me.
Yeah.
Lines like, if you ain't GDK, the fuck you doing with me? Like, did you ever have any backlash behind that? Because the thing is now, we living in a time where we haven't been living in before. And what I mean by that is, artists are actually getting a lot of opportunities. And then we seeing a lot of those artists on a come up, and we seeing them either die or go to prison. And this is happening at an alarming rate, right? So when you say stuff like, nigga, if you ain't GDK, what the fuck is you doing with me? Do you feel like you had any backlash behind that?
I mean, yeah, it's both. I get a lot of love from it, and I get a lot of backlash from it.
So do you feel like you had to have a certain responsibility because of the situations where this young nigga's getting killed, this young nigga is getting killed, and a lot of them at this point now may have been inspired by you.
So the reason why I'm playing this, and by the way, this is Favio Foreign, the supposed friend of Pop Smoke, before he was actually murdered. Now, what it do, sis? What it do again? So you said you were from Brooklyn, right? Are you? You said you because I'm Brooklyn. That's who is considered. Because I'm Brooklyn, that's the rapper. So are you saying you're from Brooklyn, sis? Are you from Brooklyn at all? What's happened, blog? Are you from Brooklyn at all? Reason why I'm asking this is because you could pretty much, give us a little bit of insight on what is actually going on in Brooklyn. Because my question to that is, if they are actually friends, my question to that is, what is Drizzy Giuliano talking about, which I'm going to play in just a second. Oh, you're from the Bed-Stuy. Even better. Even better. So you can definitely tell me what's going. So are you still in Brooklyn? Or not? Matter of fact, let me not even ask that question. Better yet, what is the actual said talk about Favio Foreign? I'll ask that better question. But reason why I'm playing this particular part here is because Favio Foreign is talking about the actual drill scene and the rap scene, but more so pay attention to what he's saying about when Mano asks him about set tripping almost with the whole GDK thing.
Yeah, true. Yeah. In a way, I feel like I got some type of responsibility. I mean, I try, even K-Flock and them, I talk to them too. I try to let them know, like, listen, y'all niggas is rapping now. You gotta stop, because even if you don't get caught up, it's like you still involved. The people around you doing shit, then they doing indictments. It's crazy. It's too crazy.
Right.
I mean, I try to speak to people as much as I want. Like,
right.
I try to change like the content in my music. Like, I talk more about pain now. Probably.
Right.
Now I mean, like. So it's like, yeah, I feel a little responsibility, but at the same time, these niggas got a mind of their own too.
Indeed.
Like,
Right.
Indeed. And I was having this conversation the other day with Fat Joe. Shout out to Fat Joe. We was talking about, with the young niggas and the gang shit, and it's a lot happening. It always been gang shit. It always been shooting. It's always been violence. So that's not something that I ain't used to. But I feel like, when you take a pledge and an oath to be in the street, to be a part of the street, I feel like you want to own that, and you willing to take everything that comes with that, whether that be prison, death, whatever that is, or just being in the street for the rest of your life. But the only difference now is that the music is correlating with what's happening. So it's like this set of niggas is dissing on that set of niggas, and that set of niggas dissing on that set of niggas, and they both spinning on each other, and niggas is dying, and it's crazy because, for me, looking at it, I'm saying, damn, my nigga, your opportunity is greater than the problem.
Oh, I know.
True.
Right.
I know.
Right.
I know it's hard for niggas to see that once homies and them get killed, right? Once you got friends that's dying, it's too late. We ain't going back.
It's hard.
But,
it's hard
but
to
every
see it.
but every right, it's hard to see it, but everybody not there yet. And what's happening is a lot of people that's thinking that for them to get lit, for them to be the next Favio, this is what they gotta do. They gotta be.
And sadly, that's what it is though. Like, it's like, I feel like like people, when you're doing music, it's like some like you could act like you're doing a drill music and drill song, but the people not gonna really jack it
Unless
as much if they don't really know the history, or they don't believe what you're saying, or it's like this shit you gotta be kind of telling the truth. You know what I mean? That's how niggas start getting lit. Like,
when they know that it's you actually talking about another group of people.
Yeah, and they know it's real, and they know you one of those type of niggas. Then it's like, all right, but I could jack his shit. Like, they feel it more.
They feel it more.
You definitely get a lot of love, though. Ultimately, like, I feel like you are, you've been in the game for how long now? Out, would you say, like, out in the...
I think I got signed 2 years ago now.
See, and in those 2 years, I still feel like you have some like OG energy to you, like that you got some youngins that really look at you and respect what you do and want to sound like you. Have you like brought on anybody? Are you signing people? Are you?
Yeah. I got my foreign side label, so I'm signing a lot of niggas, man. But what I don't want to do. I don't want to just box it into only be signing drill rappers though. Like I ain't gonna lie, I don't want to only sign drill rappers. I know that might be the easiest way you sign people because you already got the fan base. It's easy to promote them. Right. But I want to go big. I want to sign some,
Further than that.
singers or some.
You talking to my friend Leia? You doing stuff for Leia?
Leia. Oh, you know Leia?
Yes. Staten Island in the building.
Leia Goo, she dope. She fire.
Yes.
She got some shit coming.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Where's the shit? What could help turn some of this shit down, bro? And I know you don't have all the answers and all that, but you know, this it's so much going on, right? So much just in Brooklyn, right? The Woos, the Chos, the this, the that, right? And it's all in the music, right? People come ask me, yo, what you think? And I think it was like last summer or 2 summers ago, I went to Brownsville and I went to talk to a couple little homies, and because I had an idea of basically trying to like see if I could turn some of it down to see if it wasn't, because some of it started on the internet, you know what I mean? It wasn't personal, so I felt like, you know, how deep it could be, especially if you rapping, you got opportunities, because a lot of niggas is getting signed, getting picked up by other rappers and stuff like that. So I really didn't have, but I went out there, right, one day, and I was in the Ville for maybe about 3-4 hours, driving around, pulling up on niggas and all that. I left. The next morning, 7 people got shot. Now I'm not the fucking the super reflective, professional kind of, you know, pacifist. You know, I'm not that. I'm saying like, but certain things have to make sense. And to me, what makes sense is the fact that when you get an opportunity to rap, when you get an opportunity to get out the hood, to feed your family, at some point, we got to start taking that serious.
Yeah, that's a fact. And giving more people more opportunities. I just feel like it's hard to say what could really turn it down. Like, I don't know. Like, it's almost like nothing can stop it. Like, it's just there. Like, I guess the big artists probably got to link up with it. The only thing I'm thinking about is if ops do songs together, like.
Right, but it's hard to even do
and
that.
Then that's like hard.
It's
That's
hard to
like
even do
almost
that,
never gonna
especially
happen.
if shit been getting dropped.
Something tells me Mano asked him that question for a specific reason that he won't disclose.
Right, niggas been dropping. It's hard to come back from that. So the thing is, like, turn it down. Obviously, record deal can't, because these young niggas be getting record deals and still don't turn it down. Now I'm not. I understand and sometimes the show got to go on. I get it, but for you, because you, I look at you as a success story, as one of the premier artists that came out of that culture. You know what I'm saying? For you, at what point did you say, look, I gotta not be so hands-on in this life and get more hands-on on my career?
You know what it was though? For me, it was like, I felt like with me being like in jail or dead, like now, like I was homeless for a little while. I mean, a couple years.
When you say you homeless, be very clear.
Like I was standing on my man's couch, like this aunt couch, like shit like that.
That's real.
Down and out.
So now, as the music is getting lit too, like you know what I mean. So, but it's just like what I at them times, I'm like, I can't really afford to go crazy, buy the kids nothing for Christmas. I gotta wake up, make sure the police ain't trying to rush the crib, and this when I did finally get some money and got my crib, and then could be able to do shit for the kids. I just felt like I ain't want to never stop being able to do that.
Let me focus on this. Yeah.
Like, so I'm like scared to not being able to take care of like family and kids and not have somewhere to sleep at. Like I wanna always have keys to a house, you know what I mean? So I don't wanna lose it. Like I don't wanna lose it. I don't wanna be dead or I don't wanna be in jail. Like I don't want them niggas to be homeless like kids and shit.
So not having was your inspiration. That's what
yeah,
drove you.
Yeah, like I'm scared to not have it again. I can't go back to that. Like
You just got to be willing to grow. I think, like, to me, it's just like we just keep watching you grow, which is so dope to me. Now, I mean, let's talk about this like experience with Kanye.
Hold up. You want to jump into music? Nobody care about that music shit. We talking real life.
Yeah.
It's death shit. It's shit.
Yeah.
Young niggas out here dying every day.
That's a fact.
Them young niggas don't care about
Now,
the
real
songs
quick.
with Kanye. They ain't never gonna
No, but
run into
sometimes that's
Kanye.
all they know.
Listen to what he says when he asks him about Pop Smoke.
Introducing me to people in Def Jam. That's how I met Steven, Rico, and all them. That ain't crazy. But what happened was right before I dropped the Big Drip video, I'm like, I'm gonna shoot the video to this song. Before I did that, I dropped another song in between that wasn't on the EP,
Right.
Jumping. Because I was still going to studios recording. So I dropped Jumping, and then I put the Big Drip preview on the end of Jumping.
Smart.
Like I don't know. I wasn't even trying to really be strategic, but it just happened.
Right.
Now I know that's ways how you promote your shit. Now I know that but it just worked like that. And then when I did the Big Drip song, it was over. It went crazy.
Right.
Radio picked it up by itself. It went crazy.
That was crazy. Damn. So he never came around to really help.
So what happened was when the Big Drip video, as the Big Drip video started going crazy, right? At this time, Pop Smoke is signed to, I think he's signed to Steven Victor, right?
Pop is bubbling at the same time.
Yeah,
you bubbling.
me and Pop was bubbling at the same time.
Y'all was already friends though, right?
Yeah. Facts.
Y'all was coming up together.
So Pop and Favio were on the same label at the same time.
Already was in the same set. You know what I mean? He in the floor, so I'm in the 9, so it was just automatic. But as he's coming
also in the same sets
up, he was bringing me to the labels with him too. Like introducing me to people in Def Jam. That's how I met Steven, Rico, and all them through Pop.
Right.
He was like, yo, Favi, next up. He was telling them, I feel like they was more like looking at it like competition. So they was like, all right. Know what I mean? They wasn't really, they wanted me to sign to Pop.
Yeah, but y'all had the sound though. They should have really looked at it like this is a good.
Nah, they looked at everybody as competition. They was,
right.
They was going crazy.
That didn't affect y'all relationship though?
Nah, it did. It did. It could. It was like moments where I was like, is they getting in his head? And I feel like it was moments where he probably would have felt like, yeah, maybe Favio comes in. But it ain't. It just happened. It's like I feel like brothers go through that sometimes. Like shit. But it wasn't nothing that was like we won't fuck with each other no more. Like we cool. Like we'll talk about it, argue about it, cause they'll put in his head, yo, Favio don't be showing you no love in the interviews. And he'll like, yo, Favio, why you not showing me the love in the interview? Like it'd be like shit like that, and I'm like, nigga, I show you love all the time in all my interviews. Like, look at it. He's like, oh yeah. Like it's just like little shit, but nothing that's like we don't fuck with each other. You know what I mean?
So the labels pretty much were putting Favio and Pop against each other. Don't forget the time he unfollowed Pop. I can't remember why. Well, Drizzy Giuliano remembers why that he unfollowed Pop. And furthermore, if Favio was told to be competitive with Pop, wouldn't that also, give someone a benefit if Pop was to be removed? Wouldn't that also put someone else in the light if Pop was also to be removed? If we're thinking about following the time that Pop Smoke passed, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, he did come. Obasi did come out speaking on Favio Foreign as well. As well as he spoke about Mike D having something to say about the album dropping. Interesting enough. Obasi is actually Pop Smoke's real brother, like DNA brother, Obasi. Okay. Yeah, Favio's lyrics does not help as well. You're absolutely right. What was happening, blog? Favio's lyrics has not helped. It's very Drake-ish, if you will. It's very Drake-ish. Speaking of the fact that he had a song called Demons that released, I believe, the month of or after Pop Smoke passed, right? On the Dark Lane Demos tape, the Demons record. Very telling. Very telling. But him having to be competitive with Pop Smoke was also very telling in the fact that if Pop Smoke once again was to something happen to him, Favio would then be the front runner for the drip and drill scene, wouldn't he?
Y'all actually was doing music before y'all both got lit together, right?
Yeah.
Pop Smoke, that really bothers me.
Yeah.
His death really bothers me because I felt like
Yes, they do.
it didn't have to happen.
Yeah. Right.
It was barely like a year.
Mano seems very bothered by it in a sense that how he's even sitting next to Favio when he mentions this. And I'm starting to notice even more of the transition of questions that Mano is even asking Favio. The fidgety, nervous Favio at that next to Mano.
Into him being,
he's about to be
pop as we know him. Yeah,
He's about to be big.
And I feel like because I had conversations with him and he was telling me that he was trying to go to another lane, and I didn't understand it until after he died, and then I heard the music and I realized how dope he was.
Gladly.
How did that affect you? And then I heard the music because
Right.
it was barely like a year into him being.
Bothers me. Pop Smoke, that really bothers me.
Yeah.
His death really bothers me because I felt like it didn't have to happen.
Yeah. Right.
It was barely like a year into him being.
Yeah, he's about to be
pop as we know him. Yeah,
Right.
And I feel like because I had conversations with him, and he was telling me that he was trying to go to another lane, and I didn't understand it until after he died, and then I heard the music, and I realized how dope he was. How did that affect you?
I tell you the truth.
Someone isn't too excited about Pop was about to go to a different level. Does he?
When I found the news out, I thought it was fake news.
Me too.
I'm like, and then I seen people reposting it. Then I started getting tight. Like, why niggas posting fake shit like this? This is crazy. Like, I woke up. I guess this shit, like it had happened overnight. And it's crazy because I was just with him the night before. He flew out that night, went to LA, and then it happened. So I'm like, and mom there like Pop Smoke. I think it said Pop Smoke.
Yet another person that pretty much knew exactly where Pop was. As you just heard, Favio was just with Pop Smoke the night before he went to LA. Another person that would know Pop was even in LA from New York, wouldn't it be?
I killed that home invasion. I'm like,
keep in mind, the call that was sent to 911 came from New York.
I'm like, wait, he not even here? Because I knew he flew out to LA. I'm like, he not even here. Why these, like, so automatically, I'm like, it's fake.
Right.
But I started getting mad phone calls. And I hate answering my phone, so I'm like, I'm looking at the phone. But it was just so many calls I was getting. I said, oh, nah, this might be real. I had to answer one of the calls. I'm like, yo, cuz, like, this shit real? He like, yo, this shit real. I'm like, what the fuck? And then, like, it was just crazy. It felt crazy. It still feel like it's fake.
Yeah.
It still feel like it's, like, not real. Like, he's not going, like, to me.
One time for Pop Smoke, man.
Do we have anything? Hello, this is the fire department. Man, not talking. Hello? department. This fire department's on the line, sir. What is? Give me your. Hello. Hello. PD, what are your numbers? I'm gonna tell them to wait for LAPD. All right. Okay, I'll send them. Yeah, me too. I'll get it going. Thanks. Hello. Who else is here? Bro, I didn't think that. I thought you said that. I heard some shuffle. Yo, I don't know what to do. Hello. Hello, this is the fire department. I know, but you're not talking. We're already on their way. Give me your. Yes. Okay, units are already en route. Is the person who did. I can't talk to you anymore. I can't talk to you anymore. Just come here. Do you know what to do? No. Okay, then listen to me. I'm going to tell you how to help this person. I'm listening. Okay, now listen. The person. Not here. Okay. No. All right. Now, how many? Yo, this. Okay. Listen. Get it. Are you in a safe place, sir? Yeah, I don't know. Unknown. Okay. They're on their way. I'm gonna sit down and watch it on the left. Hello, this is the fire department. Hello?
So, from what it sounds like, someone was asking, why did you leave Pop Smoke? That someone sounds like Mike. Reason why is because Mike was back in New York the very same night on some Diddy-ish. The very same night Pop Smoke was killed, Mike went back to New York.
Hello? This is the fire department. This fire department's on the line, sir. What is? Give me your. Hello? Hello? Casey, what are your numbers? I'm gonna tell them to wait for LAPD. Alright. Yeah, I'll send them. Yeah, me too. I'll get it going. Thanks. Hello? Who else is here? Bro, I didn't think that. I thought you said that. I heard some shuffle. Yo, I don't know what to do. Hello, the fire department. I know, but you're not talking. We're already on their way. Give me your. Yeah. Okay, units are already en route. Is the person who did. I can't talk to you anymore. Okay. Come here. Do you know what to do? No. Okay, then listen to me. I'm going to tell you how to help this person. I'm listening. Okay, now listen. The person. Not here. Okay. No. All right. Now, how many? Yo, this. Okay.
My thoughts exactly, ATF. This was a fake 911 calling from New York. The people in New York were acting as if they were there in LA. They literally were making up a scene. Oh, it was shuffles. Oh, the door was open. Pop Smoke, no. Everyone was pretty much acting as if they were there. The call came from New York. Pop Smoke was in LA when he was killed. These people on the phone are acting.
Listen. Yeah, they... Are you in a safe place, sir?
Yeah, I don't know.
Unknown, okay.
Oh, no.
They're on their way. They're on their way.
You know, and just to confirm things before I play the next clip, understand this. The biggest gain from this, the biggest gainer from this is not necessarily Gazi, the owner of Empire, who we'll get into in a second, but Favio Foreign. Reason why Favio Foreign is the one that gained a lot. If you notice, right after Pop Smoke's killing, he gets the Drake feature, he gets the Kanye feature, he goes on to have the huge record and huge album release, and then he vanishes almost. Because it wasn't meant for him to be in the spotlight. It was never meant for Favio to be in the spotlight the way Pop was. But Favio wanted that same spotlight that Pop Smoke had. In an interview, Drizzy Giuliano, a close friend of both, would confirm Favio and Pop were not actually friends.
Drizzy Giuliano, you tapped it with P Films. What's the word, man?
What's up, my brother?
Listen, man, it's glad to have you back, son. Word.
You know that, fam. You stirred up some shit last time.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right away, people asked me, yo, have Drizzy back on.
That's a fact.
So for all the people that asked, here you go.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Part 1 was amazing. Part 2 gonna be even better, man.
That's a fact, man.
Let's get it. So after we do well, first of all, how have you been? What's Drizzy Giuliano's mindset?
Been good.
Yeah.
Been feeling like I gotta get back to the music. You know? I've been taking too much breaks.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But everything good.
Got you. Back on rapper mode.
Yeah.
Let's get it. When we put the interview out last time, like you said, it stirred up a lot of things. Interestingly enough, we had 2 people that came up and wanted to express themselves after. Bino and Costamato came through to kind of give their perspective. You know what I'm saying? Favio actually called in during Bino's interview. He gave his perspective. What was your thoughts when you seen some of the things that Bino was saying?
Just dick riding.
Yeah.
Just going up there trying to run and save their savior. You heard?
Yeah.
The nigga that they fucking... Just dick riding, bro. You heard? Yeah. They just looked like complete fools to me. That's what they look like. That's why Bino, you see... Wait,
no, you good.
You see, that's why Bino, he went viral. Everybody joking on him, how he lied about JD and King Von. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You make yourself look like a fool when you coming up there trying to protect a nigga. Me telling the truth, and you come up there trying to protect a nigga who don't give no fucks about you, you heard?
Yeah. You know what's crazy? When we was doing that interview, and I had asked them, like, yo, did it King Von take to JD and all that? The crazy part about that was I remembered, I felt like I remembered he said it.
Yeah.
But when he told me no, never, he said it so strong, I thought I was bugging.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, maybe I'm bugging. You know what I'm saying? But once that clip got released, I was like, oh, man.
Just look goofy, man. It's a bunch of goofy shit. Like, I just ain't even entertain it because at the end of the day, like, Favio don't fuck with them niggas, bro. It's just what it is. Like, look at them niggas' life, bro.
Yeah.
What do you see? Again, you see them niggas nowhere with them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You got more and more, like I told you last interview, niggas gonna come out saying more shit about them, and that's what happened, and it's just the truth, man. The truth always gonna prevail, you know what I'm saying? That's why niggas end up looking like fools in the end, man.
Gotcha. Damn. You know, the one person they did harp on though was Swipey.
Yeah, I see. I see.
My question, my question was like, why so heavy on Swipey? Like, why is everybody so upset with Swipey? What's the issue with that?
Because niggas think Swipey's a bitch. That's why. Niggas, you know, like niggas pick and choose they battle. You know what I'm saying? Like I came up on the interview and talked about everybody. Nobody said my name yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they want to bash Swipey. You know how this shit go, bro. Niggas pick and choose they battles. They think Swipey's a little short, little light-skinned nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they know if it boils down to it, they gonna handle Swipey.
Yeah.
But that's all it really is. And niggas hating on that man. Swipey got lit. You know what I'm saying? Like he's Swipey. He's a household name.
Yeah.
And niggas is mad at that.
Yeah.
Basically.
Gotcha. You know, a story I did hear, I don't know if it's true. You let me know if it's true. I heard there was a time where, before, rest in peace to Pop Smoke, before everything took place in Cali, I guess there was a situation that occurred where his chain was lost.
Yeah.
And like somebody around Favio picked up the chain or something like that occurred. And I even heard there was a little bit of tension, you know what I'm saying? Like amongst Favio and Pop Smoke.
Yeah.
Through the melee, I guess somebody picks up the chain, and I don't know if this is true. I don't have no pictures, but I heard there's pictures of them like wearing the chain.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
And then
so true.
Wow.
Yeah, so Pop Smoke and Favio, for the world, they wasn't too as tight as the world make it seem. Like Pop and Favio didn't even like each other behind the scenes, you know?
There you have it. These two didn't even like each other. So even when you see Pop Smoke jacking Favio or Favio jacking Pop, saying that they're the next ones, it's all publicity. They didn't even really like each other. And from what Drizzy Giuliano was confirming, the chain incident was actually true. What's interesting about that chain incident is that in the police reports, the robbers were originally trying to jack Pop Smoke's chain when he got into the scuffle.
Like I don't want to like this because I said, Phil, I don't want nobody to get up here and they just think that I'm just talking about Favio all
But it's
day.
just shocking to us. You know what I'm
This is
saying?
what I want y'all to understand. These are the questions Film got for me, and I'm
Yes, me.
answering them,
Blame me.
okay?
Blame me.
Yeah,
Blame
so
me. Blame me.
Films,
Blame me.
okay? I'm just gonna answer them truthfully, but yeah, them niggas they wasn't that tight. Yeah, supposedly that story that you're talking on, it was an altercation. I don't know if it was the Barclays, or some shit like that, and it was a big scuffle went on. Chain. Long story short, Pop chain fell off, and the nigga Fettuccine P picked it up. Who used to run with Foreign Side, if you know. Him and Swipey was close. Fettuccine P picked it up, right? And when he picked it up, supposedly Pop found out that niggas had a chain. Cause they ain't never called a nigga like, yo, niggas had your chain, you know what I'm saying?
But why was they going around wearing it, taking pictures?
It's Pop Smoke, I guess. They Pop Smoke chain. I don't know. Niggas just don't have no respect, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like, I guess Pop found out and he had a problem with that, and supposedly him and Favio had an argument behind that, and I heard that, yo, you niggas trying to make it a competition, and that's what Pop said. You know what I'm saying? All this is alleged. I don't.
Yeah. It's just what you heard.
Yeah, that's what I heard. And Pop was like, yo, y'all niggas trying to make it a competition. Favio's gonna lose. And woo. And them niggas ain't like each other, bro.
Wow.
They know it's get straight, and they gotta abide by certain shit. You know what I'm saying? So they can't be out here on the cameras making each other look like fools.
Yeah.
But in all reality, them niggas wasn't close, bro.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, fam.
I'm not gonna lie. I heard Pop fought Fettuccine P.
Yeah.
But I heard it wasn't much of a fight.
No, they beat him up. They beat him up. Like, P's my dog.
Well, I mean, there was actual, I think, video footage of that fight that's somewhere floating around on TikTok. I believe there is an actual fight. I'm not sure if that's Fettuccine, but anyway, there is an actual fight of that Pop Smoke has that's circling around the internet. That he was in a fight that, and Pop can throw his hands. I will say that Pop can throw his hands. We'll just say that the man could fight. The man could definitely fight. Rest in peace to Pop Smoke on that. But as you just heard Drizzy Giuliano say, Favio Foreign and Pop Smoke did not actually get along. They never actually even really liked each other, as well as there was a apparent chain mishap. And through this chain mishap, we can also then confirm Favio possibly had something to do with what happened in LA. Especially since, as he just said, this happened just prior to Pop going to LA. Was Favio really with Pop Smoke the night before he passed? Or did he just know where Pop was going the night before he passed? I think that one can be answered by the streets. As Relly would get on an interview, or should I say Relly would go live. Now, Relly is someone that's also from the neighborhood, I think. What Was Happening blog, you can verify that. Relly is a supposed one from the neighborhood. Hangs around the Woos, the Chos, the GDKs. Not sure which affiliation he's from. But Relly actually went live with Pop Smoke's killer, or supposed killer, Blockstar. And quite a few people, including one gentleman, jumped in and disclosed some very intriguing information about Favio.
Piece of Pop Smoke. My son passed, and he real fast.
So, to bring into context, you have Blockstar on the bottom, toward the bottom left. Up top right is Relly. Now, I'm not sure of the gentleman that's going to come in on the live, his name, but just pay attention to what he says.
I hope you die, nigga. I hope you die. Yeah. Yeah.
Narrate, you know?
Let's
turn your camera on.
get to that. Yo, you can hear me, brother? Yeah. Yo, listen, first and foremost, they going crazy in the comments right now. Yeah, I see. Tell them niggas, get off your dick. Y'all niggas mad that y'all man got backdoored by their own man. Suck my dick. Get Favio in.
So let me ask that for the people that's here. So
notice how Blockstar completely left alive when he said that. Tell them the real story how he got backdoored by his mans. Notice he didn't say Mike D, but he further mentioned Favio, and Blockstar quickly left alive.
Out there in Cali. Oh, he got out of
there. By mistake.
Get killed, Pop Smoke. Blame it on Wolf, blame it on Big Show, and blame it on all the 100 clocks.
Blame it on Big Show and all the 100 clocks. Yes, get Favio in here. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Favio affiliated with those 100 clocks?
Bring that little nigga back. Boy, you caught a body and you were allowed to talk about that on Instagram. Now we can have some fun here. I never thought this day was going to come, bro. That a nigga could kill a nigga and come to social media and tell me that he did it is crazy. Boy, let's get this nigga back. Get this nigga back. Who the fuck is this gangster mother? Yo, boy, you done reach past gangsters. You done reach past the surface of motherfucking. Niggas don't know what's really going on.
Wait, what you mean? He was about to turn 8.
Pop Smoke about to turn 8, bro. That's all y'all niggas need to know. It's not going to be crip no more. Facts. Ask anybody. You see this shit? Facts.
Pop Smoke was on the verge of, well, not on the verge. Pop Smoke was pretty much leaving the Crips and going to the Apes. Now, not going to necessarily decipher that, because that could be a whole nother hour and a half of what that actually means. But in other words, as you mentioned as we mentioned earlier and saw when Mano and Favio were talking about what was going on in the streets, certain set tripping lines and records that were made. What it do, Daily Bread? What it do? When Mano was asking, and that's why I appreciate what had happened, blog, in saying that Mano knew majority of the things that were going on outside in Brooklyn, and was specifically asking Favio a certain transitional way of questions, into which would let you know Mano knew more than what he was actually divulging himself. As well as he was asking Favio certain questions to let you know Favio knew way more than what he was telling you about Pop Smoke. No, Big Cho. He said Big Cho. He said the Chos and the 100 Clocks is what he said.
The big ape had him. He's about to be the ape. You heard him in the song screaming that ape, 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 ape. She thought it was a joke. He wasn't screaming that crip shit too much. I'm telling y'all some real fact shit, bro. Just know once he would have turned ape, you'd have ran through their whole hood. They ain't have Pop Smoke no more. Facts. I'm not going to sit up here and cap and play with y'all.
So what the gentleman is divulging is that Pop Smoke was turning to a different gang, and that if he was to go to that different gang, he would literally be running through the whole hood, running it over Favio. That's why he said get Favio in here. The reason why he said get Favio in here is because he knows that Favio had something to do with what happened in LA. And that Favio felt some type of way about Pop Smoke changing gangs and becoming even bigger than him.
Niggas, bro. And right after he did that, he had to go back to ape hood. He's not in Canarsie chilling with the Crips. He's in the ape hood. He's in my hood with me and all my ape mans. We know where he live at, who he chill with, what bitch he's fucking, and everything he's doing every day, every night. We allowed him. I told niggas we gonna run down on him one day. Once we caught him, we ran down on him. We saw him outside on the street, showed him what this shit is really about. You go ask Sport, go ask the rental man, he'll say, yo, Tom McMillian made him understand what's going on out here. If I catch you with anybody from the 100 Clocks, I'm not gonna act like I know you anymore. And they respect that. And if I'm lying, go ask the rental man. He'll tell you, yo, that kid don't lie. That kid saying everything 1,000% and could have really ducked everybody. So let's get back to them big facts, because y'all not really in the streets like that. Y'all don't know nothing about none of this shit like that. Y'all niggas is really, like, wherever y'all at, you're on Instagram, but you're not with this. So this is a real shocking day for me. And this is one of the deepest days of my life to know that a man that say he killed Pop Smoke wants to come to Instagram Live and tell us this. I never thought I would see a day like that. Most likely that man's supposed to still be in jail, but obviously his friends and them didn't represent him too much. Look, people can kill you and come home from jail and you're a millionaire? No, something's wrong here. Somebody don't care. They acting like they're going to catch him. They're not going to catch that kid. Yo, that kid is going to be living for a very long time. For the simple fact, he already did his what you call that? The mission is over for him. He passed his obstacles too, and now he went through the devastation time, and now he's back on the street free. You know what they just did? Started a whole new life for that man. That man choices his own choice in life.
Sure is. From here on out. So you're saying that the Chos, meaning the call came from jail. That's pretty interesting. That's a pretty interesting telling. So Favio would pretty much have the most to gain from Pop Smoke's killing. Pretty much saying, from what this gentleman is letting you know, that Pop Smoke was not only becoming a huge star in the industry, but he was actually a huge star in the street. And because he was becoming that huge star and had the huge affiliation in the street, he pretty much was going to be able to run neighborhoods. Which it sounds like Favio didn't take a good liking to that. And if Favio didn't take a good liking to that and already had beef with Pop Smoke, again, wouldn't it be more beneficial to simply have Pop Smoke removed? Wouldn't it be more beneficial if he was actually to give a lending hand to the removal of Pop Smoke? Especially if we have to think about the second biggest beneficiary to this entire ordeal. In an interview with Hitmaker, a label head by the name of Gazi, the head of Empire Records, Hitmaker let it be known that Gazi has a warehouse in San Francisco. Now, we all know San Francisco is also in California. That warehouse in San Francisco is just about 5 hours of drive from where Pop Smoke was.
We have some special guests in the studio today.
Yes.
First of all, I kidnapped Big Poppy, DJ Enough, and I'm
I'm in
like, you're
here.
gonna hang out with me.
I'm in here, sis.
And then we got Hitmaker in the building.
Yeah.
I have to like refrain myself from like calling you Young Bird.
Yeah,
It's
you been
killing
calling
me
me
because
Berg
I
for
know
decades,
I'm like
yeah.
Berg, and I'm like
I know.
formerly known TT, formerly known. And shout out to my brother Gazi, who's in the building from Empire.
He's
shout
the
out to
Empire.
you. He is the Empire,
He is
right?
the Empire.
He is the Empire. First of all, congratulations, Hitmaker.
Thank you.
On all your success.
Thank you.
You recently joined the Empire team as the, what is it? Hold on, I want to make sure I get it right. Vice President
Yeah. It's
of
something like that.
A&R.
Yeah.
Now, isn't that interesting as well? The same person that would let us know. See, this is why I said I was on to everyone. I was on to every hand in this pot. Isn't it interesting? Hitmaker becomes vice president of Empire post Pop Smoke's killing. Isn't it interesting that the same woman with a do-over thoughts, the same woman Hitmaker alleges was involved in his home invasion, was also involved in Pop Smoke's, as if he knew them.
I mean, man, Empire is like a real family. You know what I'm saying? So titles really don't mean much to
Right.
me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can call Gazi. Gazi's here with me at my interview.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's just a family-oriented thing. So the title, whatever it is, I'm just here to get the job done and, like,
Well,
help us take
congratulations.
it to the
I
next
recently
level.
got vice president.
You too,
Here.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So I understand.
Let me also say that I have always taken a notice to, I'm gonna say Young Berg, but he's Hitmaker now. But I've always taken a notice to his female mannerisms that he's gained over the years.
Work. I know
Man.
you're always working.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. So yesterday was so crazy. Kevin Gates, shout out to Kevin Gates. His record went gold, so that officially made me like 80 million records sold. So man, I'm almost at 10 billion streams, 80 million records sold, and I'm just been. Foot on necks. Like, everybody's single.
Producer.
Everybody's stuff. I probably got like 8 records at radio out of 50 that's going right now. You know what I'm
Can
saying?
you just
so it's a
run
good
them
vibe.
down so people listening can understand? Like we're in.
Okay.
They're hearing great. Victoria's B.I.G. Yeah.
And you being able to have a good marriage with the partners. If you're producing the music, somebody has to do the lyric part and the writing part of it, and that together essentially makes a hit record. And if he has the vision for it, that's why he calls himself the Hitmaker.
Yeah.
So I think he's got his pulse, his finger on the pulse, brother. And that's and we were just talking about you before you even got up here, and I was saying how proud I was of
that.
you because you just like restarted your whole career all over again.
Yeah, reset button. For me, it's just staying on a pulse of everything. You know
How
what I'm saying?
often do you reset though? I'm curious.
No, me resetting was from Youngberg to Hitmaker, and I just pressed the reset button on my whole career. But as far as me, like I just stay on a pulse of what's hot, and I stay in the studio as hard and as it is a task with also having my own company and also establishing my own publishing company and working with a lot of different
But I
people.
think it's important for people to understand sometimes in life, period, and in your career, you need to hit the reset button.
Yeah, for sure.
We all do,
Because sometimes we think like what we're doing is that big thing because
Right.
we've been in it and we're so close to it and we can't see past what we can see.
Facts. And I think a lot of people need to understand that if you're really in this business, this music business, and you're in it for a long time and make a career of it, it's not wrong, nothing wrong with evolving. You can start as an artist, and then you could evolve and be one of the biggest managers in the game, or you could evolve and be on some Hitmaker and be one of the biggest producers.
Yeah. Because you probably, when you were rapping as a rapper, did you think, okay, that was it for me? I hit the
Nah.
epitome.
No, I always like study, like have that hunger and that energy and see. But look, I am a like a Def Jam baby, you know.
Game.
Like so adamant and just like really like gun ho, like man, I'm going with Gazi. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of different people, when I expressed it and I said I'm gonna go do this deal or whatever, they're like, oh, you're gonna leave a major label system to go do this with Gazi? And I'm just like, yo, he believes in me. We're both like-minded. He actually does music. Like Gazi, he's a humble
That's the
beast.
part right there.
He's still mixing
I
records.
always
He's still in
say this
trenches
about Gazi.
with, you know what I'm
Even
saying?
when you're not in the room, guys, when people ask me about Gazi, and a lot of people do, they like, oh, what you think? Should I go here? Blah, blah, blah. I always say this about Gazi. He is an artist executive,
Right.
which means he cares about the artist regardless if the artist is making him money.
Facts.
Like, he cares about the artist. And I think you got to commend that because there are a lot of labels. When you start making them a lot of money, they're on your
Lots of praise
they're
here
on
for
your ass.
Gazi,
They
isn't
love
there?
you, they hate you. They just want everything. They want to be around you 24/7, right? Like you're their
Yep.
moneymaker. But when you don't have a hit record,
Oh no, it's
and
over.
when you're cold, and when you're struggling to find your way, or you're dealing with addiction, or whatever the case may be, whatever comes with an artist, they're so quick to leave you by the wayside. That's why I respect Gazi a lot.
This what the realest thing to me was though too, because like I'm making these records and when you're in a corporate situation or whatever, and it's just like, man, like I'll go make a record that's a hit that I believe is a hit, and then somebody like, with all due respect, like a white guy that's never been in the studio or been around these artists or whatever, be like, well, maybe we could change this or that, and it always threw me off. But like when I linked with Gazi, when we did, because Gazi has an amazing compound that's in San Francisco that I have a room in that I work out of. We made blues record.
A compound in San Francisco, just 5 hours away from Hercules Drive.
That is in that compound, and I was like, yo, we're gonna get, and it was it was pressure on me because I'm like, yo, I just left Atlantic, I want to make a hit out the gate, so
Yeah.
the first thing we
5
do
hour
has to
drive
be
away.
a hit, and we created that record. And after the record was done, he still challenged me. He came back to me and said, bro, this record's too long. You have to figure out a way to make this transition or whatever. And that's what prompted me to do like the breakdown before 2 Chainz verse and cut the hook a little bit shorter. But that was Gazi telling me like, yo, you really know how to do this. You need to go and change this and change that.
Yeah.
And I respected it so much, and it ended up working out for us.
I love that. See, I love you, Gazi. I love you.
Good job,
So-
Gazi. Good
you're
job.
So smart, Gazi.
Speaking
God.
of, yes, he did do Tink very wrong, as did Timbaland, didn't he? One thing about Tink, I wish she didn't, mix her business with pleasure. I think that's the problem there. But not to get too far off topic. Gazi here, yes, I agree with you. Sits and collects insurance. We're going to get into that just in a second. Meet Gazi Shami. Gazi Shami is the CEO of Empire Distribution. Now, if you're not familiar by now with this gentleman's face, which even looking at him, you feel like he looks like the damn devil. Even with the baggy eyes. Some would equate that to just never sleeping and just hard work, right? But he literally looks like the devil in some cases if you look at his pictures. Gazi has, gained a almost 25-75 evil versus good, more evil than good, reputation for himself in the industry. Reason why Gazi Shami has developed that bad rap
Start to see kind of like the multiple
is because a lot of his artists on the
I'd rather
label
sign an
have
artist
passed
that
away.
got 5,000 engaged fans than 100,000 casual fans.
Wow. You hear that? And when you say engagements, like, sign up for TuneCore and all of these things
where they're going to share it with their friends or their family or their loved ones. And then you start to see kind of like the multiple of the engagement growing. I'd rather sign an artist that got 5,000 engaged fans than 100,000 casual fans.
Wow. You hear that? And when you say engagements, like, sign up for TuneCore and all of these things.
I mean, people that are gonna, you can look at somebody's social media, right? And they might get 1,000 likes and 10 comments. Or you might see somebody else get 300 likes and 300 comments. So that particular person has a lot of engagement because their fans are talking back to them. They're communicating with them. They're buying their clothing. They're coming to their shows, so on and so forth. I don't care if it's 50 people in the show. But if there's 50 people at your show that are shouting every word of your song, you have something.
Now, reason why we're going to now get into Gazi Shami is because Mr. Gazi Shami has had quite, and I mean quite, a bit of, I guess you could say, owner's bad luck over the years. Because literally, exactly, the real Death Row Records, Empire. You can go down a list of names that have died from Empire Records, from Pop Smoke to King Von, Triple X. Trying to think of the young gentleman's name that was from LA also. It was something the Ripper or Reaper, but he died backstage in at Rolling Loud. Mo 3. The list goes on. And of course, the biggest name to note would be Young Dolph. So many artists have died. Yes, Drakeo. Drakeo the Ruler. That's who I was trying to think of. Thank you, Sadate. Drakeo the Ruler. Drakeo the Ruler. Drakeo the Ruler died at the back of Rolling Loud. He was stabbed to death. Now, what's interesting about majority of the PNB Rock. PNB Rock was another one. And what's interesting about all of their deaths, they all involved supposed street killings or ways of the streets could kill you. King Von was ironically booked at the same venue as his own ops with Quando Rondo. Never in history have you ever heard of that type of situation happening. But King Von and Quando Rondo ended up being at the same club the same night. Needless to say, one lost their life and the other one received some money for it. Young Dolph, who I will do a video on very shortly. Very shortly. Young Dolph's cousin would go on record to say he was making too much money with Gazi, and that Gazi was noticing that. And that when he went to go on his own, Gazi didn't take a liking to Young Dolph leaving off on his own. There's quite a few instances, including Pop Smoke's, where you literally would hear in interviews, Pop Smoke and Gazi never even spoke. So how is it that one of the biggest artists of your label, you don't even speak to? It would go on to confirm later on that Gazi doesn't have the best communication with his artists. I have here a quick 4-part of the many reasons why people call Empire Records the real Death Row Records.
Will I go to hell? In my trap house counting guala, talking to my scale.
You have relationships with Gazi.
Yeah. So you never worked with my man Gazi, Empire
I never
Records?
worked with E1. I worked with Gazi.
What is it about Gazi that, like, you know, they got a formula, they got a team, they just straight with it, man. What is it that about them over there, Empire and Gazi over there in the Bay? Shout out to the Bay. That's my
I don't put nothing at Empire, bro. I'm not supporting nobody from Empire, not with nobody with Empire, not getting on no features with nobody from Empire. Nothing, bro. I can't support nothing that then took from me like this, bro.
You know what I'm saying? But Gazi, it's kind of hard to work with Gazi.
Really?
And I've talked to other people, and they said the same. I don't want to talk bad about
Nah,
him, man. You know what I'm saying?
This is your facts.
But it's
Yeah.
difficult, you know what I mean, as an artist when this is your bread and butter,
Right.
and you don't really have no solid communication with your record label or your distributor. Communication is key. And Gazi has a history of failing to communicate properly. And I know a lot of artists who watch this, they like this. Right on, Pat. You know what I'm saying? Because this shit is a fact, bro. Like,
Really?
Yeah. I've talked to other artists, and that's the issue. And for me, I couldn't do that.
Right.
I couldn't.
So you stating on here that Empire is the best place for distribution for independent artists.
Do you see how unsure Young Dolph got as soon as he asked him that question? Now, what I also want you to pay attention to is the fact that majority of Empire Records artists also have interviews with $1 million worth of game.
It was the best place for you.
It's the best place for me.
Important clues in solving a mystery in Memphis. Who shot and killed Young Dolph in his own hometown?
Rapper P&B Rock was reportedly shot to death at a restaurant in Los Angeles Monday afternoon.
A Los Angeles-based rapper has died following a stabbing at a music festival in Exposition Park.
I ain't playing. Stepping in the function, that is lighting is amazing. Scuff marks on my shoes, I'm flow flying in these masons. I told her, if you love me, baby, show me where the payment.
Worst thing comes to worst, I die a tragic death or and I'm not able to see out my dreams. I at least want to know that the kids perceived my message and were able to make something of themselves and able to take my message and use it and turn it into something positive and to at least have a good life. I at least, if I'm gonna die or ever be a sacrifice, I want to make sure that my life made at least 5 million kids.
Well, this is an active crime scene with 2 parking lots partially roped off and GBI investigators still here on scene. This shooting made national headlines as officials confirmed one of the 3 people shot and killed was rapper King Von from Chicago, who was here last night with friends.
Success to me is autonomy. I'm completely in control of my own destiny and completely in control of my own decision making. It's that simple to me.
Gazi Shami grew up loving hip-hop music and its culture, so much so that he wanted to pursue it professionally, but passing on college was not an option in his family. So he met his parents in the middle and enrolled in an audio program at San Francisco State. After a short-lived attempt to be an artist, and then producer, and then engineer, Gazi combined his passion for music and his mastery of tech in his brainchild, Empire, a distribution company and record label.
I can't support nothing over there, bro. It ain't that I don't the artist, but if you know you with Empire, I can't with you, bro. I can't with you, bro. I don't give what you pay me. I can't with you. Them dudes, the devil, bro. Like, they praying I go to jail, bro. They praying I go to jail, bro. I thought they was gonna pay me, but when I got in trouble, they like me now, you know. All of them was at the table when they forged my name. My brother, Blue, and Gazi.
So pretty much what Boosie was saying is that his name was forged into a contract with Empire. He had nothing to do with actually signing to Empire. On top of, wouldn't it be interesting that they were literally trying to make Boosie go, or should I say, trying to sabotage it to where Boosie went to jail? There's 2 ways a label can profit off of an artist without them profiting off of it or benefiting from it. You either are dead or in jail. In this instance, they didn't say, hey, well, let's kill Boosie and keep his money or collect off the royalties after he's passing will make more money off Boosie with him being in jail, considering his already, track record of being there and rapping. Let's bank off Boosie going to jail. Notice how Boosie said he noticed the play and did not go for it.
Me now, all of them was at the table when they forged my name. My brother, Blue, and Gazi.
Since being founded in 2010, Empire has provided distribution and label services for artists including...
And Gazi. Me now, They praying I go to jail, bro. I can't fuck with you, bro. I don't give a what you pay me, I can't fuck with you. Them dudes the devil, bro. Like, they praying I go to jail, bro. They praying I go to jail, bro. I thought they was gonna pay me, but when I got in trouble, they like me now, All of them was at the table when they forged my name. My brother, Blue, and Gazi.
Since being founded in 2010.
Well, the crazy thing in regards to that, yes, I did notice the eye slit as well. The crazy thing with that, not to get too far off topic, is that Jaguar has also said that Boosie was an informant. So it would also make sense to why they only wanted to get him arrested and put in jail versus killing him off, because you wouldn't be able to kill off an informant, would you? That's one thing. But yes, I did notice that as well with Boosie. And he does sound like he's a scout for Empire. He pretty much always has been. Especially when you think of Dolph in that regards. But needless to say, Gazi doesn't have the best track record amongst artists the way he says he does.
Empire has provided distribution and label services for artists including Kendrick Lamar, Anderson .Paak, Snoop Dogg, Cardi B, and XXX Tentacion.
I'm Palestinian, so it all comes from who I am innately DNA-wise. We're a people with no country and no rights and no voice. So my parents brought me to a country where I could have a voice and have rights. Seeing the struggle in my father's eyes from where he came from and what he had to give up to bring us here was a flame from the time I was like 5 years old.
Was music prevalent in your house as a kid?
Very little. We had a lot of Arabic music in the house. The one thing that you can acquire for free is relationships. So I spent a lot of time building relationships. I was at a lot of conferences. I flew all over the world to build a lot of the relationships that I have now. And a lot of those relationships last a really long time because a lot of the people who are definitely key figures and gatekeepers in the music industry, they happen to move around from company to company. And once you've formed a strong bond with them, as they tend to shift around, you can utilize those relationships to get your music into places that you otherwise might not be able to get them to.
It's a level of success where it's a door. It's a door. When you platinum and you're getting 50,000 a show, I've been there. There's a door that you can walk in. I'm not sure if it's homo or if it's Illuminati.
At the end of the day, all I did was open the door. It was up to him to walk through.
Wait, hold on. Don't play that motherfucker. Hold on. Wait. So who was this you featuring PNB?
Oh, well, if you're talking about Gazi's eyes, that was another thing I pointed out with the Hot 97 interview. I mean, you could literally see the bags in his eyes. They don't necessarily look like bags under his eyes, as much as they pretty much look like demon eyes on Gazi.
Rock this PNB.
That's folk shit. I'm on this shit.
New PNB Rock.
I too wondered the same thing that caption says. What sacrifice had Gilly made, and what sacrifice did Wallow make that they were signing such a huge contract for their podcast? On top of it, this made me think about how they literally have interviewed majority of Empire's artists prior, and I mean just prior to them passing. Or going to jail.
Gilly the King laying his oldest son, Devin Spady, to rest on Monday. Spady, who rapped under the name Young Cheese, was killed in a shooting at the corner of Masher and Nedro last Thursday night.
This senseless acts of violence, these acts of violence, these shootings, has to stop, man. I mean, what good is it?
Spady is one of 239 homicides counted by Philadelphia police this year, most killed through gun violence. Family friends say the loss hurts even more, knowing Gilly has long pushed people to choose a different path.
He always promoted a positive image and always talked about putting the guns down. So it's unfortunately that his son had to meet his demise.
Oh, how could Gilly sacrifice his own son? Hell, how did Kanye West sacrifice his own mother?
What drill rapping was, but I called my son and he sent me some videos and it is alarming. And we are going to pull together the social media companies and sit down with them and state that you have a civic and corporate responsibility. You know, I mean, we pulled Trump off Twitter because of what he was spewing. Yet we are allowing music, displaying of guns, violence. We're allowing it to stay on these sites because look at the victims. We're bringing them in. We're going to show exactly what is being displayed. And we are alarmed by it. We are alarmed by the use of social media to really over-proliferate this violence in our community.
Tuesday night. There's been a lot of talk about drill rap, drill music, New York City, connecting violence with the culture. And I just wanted to create a conversation with the mayor. We brought Favio here. We got Young B-Love here. We got Slow and Bucks here. We got Bleezy here to talk about, you know, what's really happening so the mayor could get a real perspective and a real understanding of what drill rap is. And so that, you know, we could have some real dialogue and really start to really make things happen.
We're going to roll out something together on the whole conversation, and we're looking forward.
Again, post Pop Smoke, you see Favio Foreign where he is.
And I appreciate you, man.
Definitely.
So now you've also added label functions to the company.
Correct.
So you started as a distributor, grew into something that combined both distribution and label. So can you talk about what the label services are and how that differs from the type of deal that you might do with somebody as strictly a distributor?
A couple minutes ago, I referred to our 80-20 deals as like our farm system deals. A lot of times what we'll do is we'll acquire talent and then nurture the talent and watch the talent grow, right? So what a lot of major labels do now is they have what they call research departments. And their research departments literally like comb YouTube, comb Twitter, they're combing through Vine, they're looking at a lot of analytics that they receive from Shazam and Twitter and so on and so forth. And what they're trying to do is basically acquire a set of knowledge to then say, I want to go out and I want to sign this artist.
28.
We took a
If you can broadcast frequencies carrying information, this technology's long been known, carrying information and perceptions within the frequency that the brain decodes information, the brain will decode those frequencies and will have those perceptions. You can externally influence people's perceptions externally by broadcasting these frequencies that we interact with because we are antenna.
The industry treats artists too much like a commodity and not as a person.
Artists are starting to understand what rights they want to retain.
The whole world wants to be in the music industry now. You can be almost homeless to going to making just so much money you can't even keep up with.
Shit, everybody should be making money.
When TLC won 2 Grammy Awards in 1996, they were the world's biggest selling female music group, but they were also broke.
We are the biggest selling female group ever. 10 million albums worldwide. We have worked very hard. We have been in this business for 5 years. And we are broke as broke can be. As broke can be.
Artist deals in the 90s were incredibly, and still are incredibly complex. A lot of times those deals will be not in the artist's favor because of the way that they're structured. They were, quite simply, old school record deals were simply bank loans at the highest rate imaginable.
Traditionally, an advance was only recoupable from an artist's share of the music sales. But as record labels began to lose revenue from declining physical album sales and online piracy, they began offering artists 360 deals. A 360 deal allows the label to recoup that advance from the artist not only from music sales and streaming revenue, but also from all other streams of income for the artist, including touring revenue, merch, sync licensing, publishing, and endorsements.
It's essentially like indentured labor, where 9 times out of 10, the artist will remain in debt to the record label for the initial upfront advance that the record label paid them and they never paid off. And they remain tied to that record label with relatively small degree of control over their commercial approach and marketing approach and no ownership of the copyright.
So if a record label gives you a $1 million deal, what does that actually mean? It's really an advance on future royalties, meaning it must be paid back to the label from revenue you earn after you make the music. So let's say you've negotiated an 80-20 split on the royalties. That means your music would need to generate $5 million in revenue in order to fully recoup the $1 million advance owed back to the record label. Then you can start collecting your 20% share of the revenue. Now every deal is different, but you're probably signing away ownership of your copyright or master recordings to the label. Typically, that $1 million advance is often used by artists to budget for things like studio time, album features, music videos, marketing, lawyer and manager fees, and their everyday living expenses. From Prince to Kanye and Taylor Swift, many artists have tried to fight back against the record contracts, particularly if they've signed away ownership of their masters. But labels say they're taking a big gamble when they invest in an artist.
We took a different approach and we said, we don't have the funding to go put together a research staff. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start to acquire talent in my distribution company. And because the distribution company is owned by us, we can see how different artists are performing in the distribution company. So what we did was we spent the time and the money to develop our own analytic system internally that tracks how different artists are performing on our platform. And then depending on how that artist is performing, we might approach them and say, hey, you're doing pretty well on your own. Are you interested in maybe tearing up to one of our other deals where we can bring in a radio staff, we can provide money for publicity, for touring, for higher level production, mixing, mastering, publicity. It could be a host or a number of different things depending on who the artist is and what they need.
But that presumably changes the nature of the relationship a great deal, because one assumes then assumes that you are also doing things like offering an advance to pay for the recording.
Absolutely.
And then also means that now you own the master and the artist doesn't.
In more often than not, we just license the masters.
Okay.
So after 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, they'll revert back to the artist. But
even if you've paid the advance and paid for the recording,
as long as we recoup.
Okay.
Yeah, but most of our deals recoup, which is unlike most other record companies.
And what about the royalty breakdown? Do you do something other than a traditional record deal where an artist is getting 15-20% of net? What's your deal?
Most of our deals are 50-50 or better.
Now, let me ask you this, P, because a lot of artists are affiliate or assumed to be a part of this secret society, the Illuminati, and they think it exists in the music. People think it exists in the music business, and that urban artists actually are able to participate in this society. Have you experienced anything that leads you to believe there is a secret society that some artists are privy to of certain access that others aren't?
Nah, I don't believe that.
You don't believe that?
No, I don't believe that. I believe that there's definitely secret society. You know what I mean? I believe definitely maybe some of these label heads, like major labels and like major corporate companies, might have something to do with it, and they, you know, might be involved with the agenda.
But the point what I'm trying to say, whether it's Drake or the Ruler, I didn't even know if Fireboy DML was on it. Mo3, X, Young Dolph, PNB Rock really was barely on it. Probably did like a song or two. Or King Von. Empire doesn't benefit from them. Empire, it's not like, for example, Pop Smoke is signed to Steven Victor. Steven Victor had him in the major label system. Steven Victor's getting the bag off that. Obviously the family too, because you know you'd be an asshole not to cut the family in, but Empire not really eating off these artists that passed away. And if that's your case, it would be basically saying, yo, iTunes is getting a killing. iTunes gets 30% off any sale, any stream, any transaction on the Apple platform. I think Empire probably takes at max 30% too. So if you're gonna say that Empire's benefiting all these guys' deaths, so is Apple, iTunes.
Friends getting an amazing experience. This is in Miami. Friends pulled up, and by the way, I looked at Friends differently that night because I'm still looking at him from the rap lenses, but I'm not realizing how this guy has taken advantage of the opportunity and just like being popular and famous and even, you know, being in these circles. Like, he's cool with these motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like he introduced me to, I think he ran to Larson Pippen, Serena Williams, like just random people there. It was like, I'm in there like, yo, this gotta be like the closest to the Illuminati I'm gonna get.
And so the A440 is what now is the standard tuning. If you go A439, you're closer to one of the creator's tones. If you go A441, you're closer to one of the creator's original tones. That's how precisely it has been manipulated. To do what? To shut down the 95% of your brain, particularly the right brain that operates the heart mind for the divine human community.
So, what have we learned so far, right?
If I sacrifice,
Gazi pretty much is damn near the devil when it comes to Empire Records, and hasn't had the best quote-unquote communication with a lot of his artists either. On top of, it's pretty much said now to be the graveyard, if you will, to a lot of rappers. From Drake the Ruler to PNB Rock, the list names it. And then you have $1 million worth of game, which seems to be one of the funnels for Empire, and who are they about to remove next? As if their interview happens right before their killing.
Frustration thing on my label. Well, I do feel like too, man, like, you know, because I saw all these. My situation was a little bit different because I felt like my label just wasn't like, they ain't believing what I had going on at the time. There's all these little me's coming out and they streaming, they going crazy, they doing everything they supposed to be doing. I'm like, bro, that's what we supposed to be doing with my shit. For me, it's like, y'all letting these niggas outrun me now because I can't even drop as much as I used to drop.
You just signed a deal with Atlantic.
Yeah, we signed. This just was like a frustration thing on my label. Well, I do feel like too, man, like kind of what got you here was being able to drop freely, heat up the street. You're somebody who's been a part of the major label system for, what, 6-7 years now? When did you first sign? 2015. So yeah, it's about 6 years, right? Yeah. And you know, you've shared your frustrations with your label recently, earlier this year. What is it like? Where do you think kind of the disconnect is for PNB Rock and being on a major label? It's like labels is like still like they catching up, you feel me? But it's like they still kind of stuck on that old stigma where it's like I don't know how to say it. It's like the deals was so shitty back then, you feel me? And they still like try to implement that shit now. Like we still in those times, and they be like, bro, we streaming now and shit. Like people ain't going to the store and buying no fucking CDs and shit anymore. That shit over. They still got the deals kind of structured like that. You feel me? And it's like, why the fuck? If y'all can catch up with the money on the stream, why the fuck y'all can't catch up with the deals? You feel me? Like that shit don't be making sense to me. And they be like, once you learn it as an artist, that shit be like kind of like scary for a label. They be like, damn, this motherfucker asking too many questions. Right. You gonna figure it out. They'll try to stall you out, you know what I'm saying? But it's like,
he's also the king of my copyrights.
Rapper P&B Rock was reportedly shot to death at a restaurant in Los Angeles Monday afternoon. TMZ is reporting that he was the victim that the LAPD has yet to publicly name. Cops say a suspect walked into Roscoe's House of Chicken and Waffles in South Los Angeles, got into a verbal altercation with the victim at a table, and then shot him. They say the suspect then took some of the victim's possessions and fled to a car in the parking lot, taking off in an unknown direction. The victim was taken to the hospital where
My condolences, what had happened, blog. My condolences to your best friend. My deepest condolences to your best friend. That is very enlightening that soon after doing business with Wallow, she mysteriously passes.
succumbed to his injuries.
A grant, no less.
Condolences have been pouring in on social media. Offset tweeted, "Pray for P&B Rock." Nicki Minaj tweeted, "He was such a pleasure to work with. Condolences to his mom and family. This makes me feel so sick." The governor of New Jersey even offered his sympathies, saying, "P&B Rock was a star in the industry, sending our condolences to his friends and family during this time." Police say they are still investigating and don't have a description of the suspect at this time. Some of P&B Rock's last social media posts were of him and his girlfriend. He is survived by 2 children. P&B Rock was 30 years old.
And Atlantic's so filthy with the shit is that they would turn around and have a team of writers, a team of producers waiting for you. So once you go through the meeting, they strip away all your esteem, they strip away all your confidence in your own work. They send you right to the studio with the hot producer of the time, with the creative team and the writers, and they got whole songs waiting on you. And for some niggas, they even got their raps waiting on you. You wouldn't believe the phone calls I got in the middle of the night from niggas talking about, man, won't you come in to the studio, but let me write all your shit. I mean, I wouldn't want to get that to you, right? As a critic or whatever, like, I'm finna have this dope ass song, it's gonna be huge, it's gonna be all over the radio, I'm finna sell a bunch of records, the video finna be crazy, but I ain't had shit to do with it.
that's fire.
Yeah, your favorite Terry Little Bacon Bear. And when they snuck over and said, "Do you want to talk to Gazi?" I said, "Well, hell yeah," because there's only a couple people that do things right. And I don't know if I've ever got to see you in D.C., but can you talk to the people in D.C. right quick? Give them a quick little rundown of who you are, what you do.
My name is Gazi. I run a pretty formidable record label called Empire, and I'm just out here trying to create livelihood for the people I love.
That was such a humble response. That was the humble response, because I think when you say Empire, it has cranked out some fantastic names. It has given us great talents, but it has also stayed consistent. And I think that a lot of talents, when we talk about rappers, everybody says, "Oh, stay consistent," but that's like the really hard thing to do.
Incredibly hard.
How long have you been in the game at this point?
I've been making music consistently and been in and around music for about 30 years.
30 years.
And then Empire been doing this thing since 2010, so this will be the 13th year.
What makes a special talent, and how do you know when you see a star?
Something in your gut, really, honestly. It's not something you could really explain. It's kind of like, it's like when you meet a girl and she give you a little butterfly in your stomach, right? It's like you meet an artist and you're like, there's something special about this person.
Okay.
There's a reason that I want to engage. I want to hear the music, the smile, the charisma, the aura. It's aura.
The aura.
You talked about, like, you know, your relationship with Empire. Shout out to Gazi. What is it about working with Gazi that, like, you don't think, because a lot of, you know, I feel like Empire is this island in the middle of the music industry that some people know about, but other people are like, what is going on over there? Like, what is it about working with Empire and Gazi that to you is like special and sets
sets that company apart? Because I know Gazi's one of the smartest guys I know. So
I feel like they family. I feel like if I go broke today, I can call Gazi and say, brother. You know what I'm saying? From me one of them Emberleys, man.
Right.
There you go.
So Mozzie would have a pretty much a pretty interesting different take on how he deals business with Gazi, as far as he can get more from Gazi if he actually gives him a call. But in the past, as you've seen, not too many of the other artists have had that same luck with Gazi, as it seems too. Also, I want to send a special shout out to Only One Zane. Thank you so much for the Cash App. I greatly appreciate that. And God bless to you as well. I did read that message. God bless to you as well. Gazi pretty much can either be God to you, or Gazi can pretty much be the devil to you, from pretty much what we're gathering here. Also, take note to the artist that he's pretty much the devil to.
Fork it over. You feel me? I feel like I could call Neem team. I need $100K like today though.
Right.
And he had forked that over, and that's it's crazy the relationship that I got with him. So anytime I can persuade somebody in it, not even persuade, man. Anytime I could recommend, you know what I'm saying, me, or refer somebody to Empire, man, I for surely go.
You have relationships with Gazi.
Yeah, that's my boy.
What is it about Gazi that, like, they got a formula, they got a team, they just straight with it, man. What is it that about them over there, Empire, and Gazi over there in the Bay? Shout out to the Bay.
That's my boy.
That
Shout
made you say,
Gazi.
I want to fuck with you. I want to fuck with y'all. Like, we could get some money together.
Man, it's really the best place I could have really went for distribution.
Mm-hmm.
It's the best place. You know what I mean? Like, man.
So you stating on here that Empire is the best place for distribution for independent artists. It was the best place for you.
It's the best place for me.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the best place for me, and it's like it's the best place to go for distribution. But you gotta kind of have your shit together and really be on your shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't on nobody else, bro. You doing distribution like that shit on you. It's like you gotta have your shit together. And it's on you, bro.
So once they send it to the air, you got to have all the other components together in order to support what they sending into the air.
Bro, you getting your projects together. You know what I mean? Me, you know what I mean? It's like you doing everything. You know what I mean, bro? You getting your projects together. You doing your, bro, just every fucking thing.
Right.
The rollout.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Marketing, rollout, with me, the shit different, bro, because this what I do. You know what I mean? I don't know about what everybody else doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But me, it's my perfect fit.
You be directing
the
'cause
videos?
I
I can do what I want. Oh, hell yeah. I've been directing my own videos since I started.
Yeah.
Big shit. So
I just find it intriguing. Vaughn died post his interview with $1 Million Worth of Game. PNB Rock dies post his interview with $1 Million Worth of Game. There's not a coincidence of habits there. Dolph dies post his $1 Million Worth of Game interview. There's so many quick instances in which Young Thug goes to jail post his $1 Million Worth of Game interview. It's so many instances and coincidences that you see that Empire pretty much has had a hand in things, and almost an evil hand in things. Thank you so much, and I greatly appreciate that as well. And I will continue to do this all the time. As I said before, I think I'm obligated now to cover more of Young Dolph, which I will. So, needless to say, Gazi pretty much is the devil, and there are there's a mixed crowd as far as people that, perceive him as otherwise. But as you just seen in a clip here with Dolph pretty much, when was asked, was Empire the best label for distribution or best label, he pretty much hesitated and had the most unsure face in the world that you've ever seen in your entire life. Pretty much said, look, it was a good situation for me. I don't know about everybody else. Hell, I don't even recommend everybody else even come here.
I had a few people hit my line like a few weeks ago, or about a couple months ago, because Russ said he was building an empire like Gazi Shami.
Juju, what it do?
I'm not gonna lie, that felt good in my spirit. I appreciate it. It feels good to be recognized as somebody that has done very well for himself. So I appreciate that. But that brought us to a pretty cool conversation and a pretty cool narrative, which is we're in a space now where more than ever artists are able to dictate your legacy, able to dictate your path. There's more empowerment now than ever. And something that's always been fundamental to the nature of my company is I always said, I want to be a green light when everybody else is a stop sign. And so I've always believed in enabling and empowering artists, whether it was through licensing masters rather than owning them, or providing studio time, or providing budgets, or radio, or whatever it was. I always just believed in artist empowerment. And so I believe that Jack Boy embodies the spirit of me saying, hey, run wild. Like, he got out of jail. I sent him a DM and I said, I've been holding a check for you for a long time. You don't know me, but I got some money for you because when you went to jail, his brother Kodak, but we're keeping it real. His brother Kodak gave me his tape and said, load up this tape and hold my brother's royalties for him. And then Kodak happened to go to jail. Jack Boy got out and I was holding his royalties for like 2 years.
What was interesting about this particular clip here, if you guys aren't familiar, Kodak Black and Jack Boy up there have beef. Correct me if I'm wrong. Just recently, and I mean just recently, Jack Boy says he put voodoo on Kodak Black himself. I'm not making that part up. He literally tells everyone that he did voodoo on Kodak Black. I mean, I don't have to show you the whole headline, do I? But, or should I say, I don't have to show you the whole clip, but you see it plain as day right there. Jack Boy says he put voodoo on Kodak Black. So all while Gazi Shami is literally saying, oh, I had money for Jack Boy and his boy Kodak Black is who gave me the, how did that happen later on?
And so I sent him.
I'm like, what is this?
Yeah, and then I told him, I said, fly out here and maybe we can turn this into more money. And I gave him an opportunity. But at the end of the day, all I did was open the door. It was up to him to walk through.
The one thing that you can acquire for free is relationships. So I spent a lot of time building relationships. I was at a lot of conferences. I flew all over the world to build a lot of the relationships that I have now. And a lot of those relationships last a really long time because a lot of the people who are definitely key figures and gatekeepers in the music industry, they happen to move around from company to company. And once you've formed a strong bond with them, as they tend to shift around, you can utilize those relationships, to get your music into places that you otherwise might not be able to get them to.
And he was fucking around with the chopsticks. And we were just sitting there and we started talking about kids. And he was like, you're gonna be a great dad. I said, you're gonna be a great dad too someday, bro. He said, no, I'm not. So what do you mean? And he just looked me dead in the eye and he was like, I'm not gonna make it past 21. And then just went right back to fucking with the chopsticks. Like he hadn't said a thing.
All right, let's say worst thing comes to worst, I die a tragic death or and I'm not able to see out my dreams. I at least want to know that the kids perceived my message and were able to make something of themselves and able to take my message and use it and turn it into something positive and to at least have a good life.
Rest in peace to Triple X Tentacion. He is yet another gentleman that one day I will do a deep dive on because that is a very deep gentleman. And if you've been, paying attention to the pod as of late, the past couple of months, I have already hinted at and divulged information, plenty information, as to who XXX Tentacion's actual killer is. We've done many deep dives already on XXX Tentacion accidentally. Actually, the last one we did was through Kendrick Lamar, in which he pretty much put us down the rabbit hole of who was Tentacion's actual killer. Or should I say investor in his actual killing. Among that, you have to also pay attention to the fact that Drake definitely has done business with Gazi. Hell, Drake's mentioned Gazi in lyrics. Drake's also been seen in pictures with Gazi. It would be very easy for Drake to get something done to Tentacion through Gazi. Especially when you also have been said to have the partnerships and points on all these people's publishing an album. Yes, Omerta Creative. It's interesting to me that Gazi has had so many connections within the industry the way he does. And if we're talking about just Pop Smoke in general, if we had to just narrow it down to how would he get the, what would he gain from Pop Smoke passing, it would simply be the insurance policy.
To this. Do you ever got an account over here? We need the password to this. You be thinking like, they just gonna have access to it, but they change your whole shit over. You heard me? Like, they need to rerouted my money. I don't even get my YouTube checks no more.
So you can't drop a video tomorrow or a vlog. You gotta send it to the label first.
Hell yeah.
What the fuck?
According to French Montana, the rising death toll has prompted record labels to take out life insurance policies on their artists. Speaking to the Off the Record podcast, French Montana speculated that the labels were anticipating a big payday if their artist gets murdered.
And we was beefing for real. Like, people was like dying and this and that, and it was just like, it was blocking a lot of money. People don't want to touch you. You know what I'm saying? Your rap friends, somebody gets shot, your rap friends stop picking up, the label stop picking up. Nah, it gets crazy. You know what I'm saying? It gets crazy. But now it's even crazier because they getting life insurance on artists. At least back then we didn't have that.
Somebody told me that shit.
Yeah.
Is a label signing an artist in good faith if you're taking a life insurance out on him?
No, you praying on his death. You praying on making millions on his death.
Or are they being realistic though?
Both. They're being realistic, and you're supposed to have life. You know what I'm saying? Life insurance anyway, but when the label does it, if you don't have one, that's crazy.
At least 20 notable rappers were fatally shot in 2021. Some hometown heroes, others nationally celebrated artists. Young Dolph was gunned down in his hometown of Memphis last November as he went to pick up baked goods for his mother at Makita's Homemade Cookies. Draco the Ruler was stabbed to death backstage at the Once Upon a Time in LA Music Festival right before Christmas, while YG affiliate Slim 400 was shot and killed in Los Angeles just days prior.
French gave me an amazing experience. This is in Miami. French pulled up, and by the way, I looked at French differently that night because I'm still looking at him from the rap lenses, but I'm not realizing how this guy has taken advantage of the opportunity and just like being popular and famous and even being in these circles. Like, he's cool with these motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like he introduced me to I didn't even rank to Larson Pippen.
Pay attention to what Academic says here. You'll quickly start to realize where Academic's money comes from.
Serena Williams, like, just random people there was like, I'm in there like, yo, this gotta be like closest to the Illuminati I'm gonna get.
It's a level of success where it's a door. It's a door. When you platinum and you getting 50,000 a show, I've been there. There's a door that you can walk in. I'm not sure if it's homo or if it's Illuminati.
We have things that we want to talk about. Latest block, hip-hop rumors. Did French Montana get initiated into the Illuminati? And if that is the case, can you bring me in too, fam? I want in, fam. I need some of this. I need some of this, fam. I need to get in. If there's any offers going, bring me in, baby. I'll sit next to Jay or Ye. I don't care.
A very specific question coming from someone when we went over Kendrick Lamar's blind items. Timmy Westwood here has quite a bit of a pedophile case in the background of his past, doesn't he? Almost very Jeffrey Epstein, Weinstein-like, Mr. Tim Westwood. So he would definitely know if a French Montana was definitely indoctrinated into the Illuminati, wouldn't he?
Bring me in, fam.
Me and Ross had the same.
Considering this is around the time that we started seeing French pop up with Kardashian after Kardashian.
Conversation.
Is he in the Illuminati as well now?
Now he asked me, you know.
Oh, he asked you. He asked you if you're in the Illuminati.
Nah, he said if the Illuminati come to your house, I'm gonna let him in and I'm gonna sign right there.
Once you learn it as an artist, that should be like kind of like scary for a label. They be like, damn, this motherfucker asking too many questions.
Right.
Like, we gonna figure it out. They'll try to stall you out, you know what I'm saying? But it's like,
let me ask you this, P, because a lot of artists are affiliate or assumed to be a part of this secret society, the Illuminati. And they think it exists in the music. People think it exists in the music business, and that urban artists actually are able to participate in this society. Have you experienced anything that leads you to believe there is a secret society that some artists are privy to certain access that others aren't?
Nah, I don't believe that.
You don't believe that?
Nah, I don't believe that. I believe that there's definitely a secret society. You know what I mean? I believe definitely maybe some of these label heads, like major labels and like major corporate companies, might have something to do with it, and they, might be involved with the agenda.
But the point what I'm trying to say, whether it's Drake or the Ruler, I didn't even know Fireboy DML was on it. Mo3, X, Young Dolph, PNB Rock really was barely on it. Probably did like a song or two. Or King Von. Empire doesn't benefit from them. Empire, it's not like, for example, Pop Smoke is signed to Steven Victor. Steven Victor had him in the major label system. Steven Victor's getting the bag off that. Obviously the family too, because you would be an asshole not to cut the family in, but Empire not really eating off these artists that passed away. And if that's your case, it would be basically saying, yo, iTunes is getting a killing. iTunes gets 30% off any sale, any stream, any transaction on the Apple platform. I think Empire probably takes at max 30% too. So if you're gonna say that Empire's benefiting all these guys' deaths, so is Apple, iTunes.
I spent most of my college years in the Silicon Valley working at streaming companies in the .com era. So late 90s, early 2000s, we were doing a lot of MP3 technology, video compression technology.
Success to me is autonomy. I'm completely in control of my own destiny and completely in control of my own decision making.
I bet you are, Mr. Gazi Shami, with your devilish looking goddamn eyes. As I said before, when you literally look at Gazi and hear him talk, you literally damn near see the devil. Yes, Juju, Ak is always doing the good damage control. He tries to do damage control for Ice Spice. He's doing a shit show job for Drake right now, even though there's nothing he can do about Drake. He's just taking piss after shit on him, after shit on him, after shit on him right now in regards to trying to defend Drake. So yes, Ak pretty much is damn sure damage control for the labels. And terrible at it right now. Gazi Shami has pretty much been quiet about majority of the things. Now, he's also addressed the quote-unquote rumors. Yes, definitely sounds like a humanoid lizard. Definitely looks like one of the shape-shifting lizards. Definitely does. I would not be surprised, even with him being Palestinian, would not be surprised that he has some reptilian in him in that host. Gazi Shami has responded to the allegations that his label is pretty much a graveyard to artists. Of course, he says he has nothing to do with that, and that majority of the artists died with street killings. Or so that's what you've made it look like. Or should I say, wanted it to look like. But it's very notable that you, sir, collect insurance policies on majority of these artists. You don't have to own their masters for you to receive the benefits of the royalties, considering the fact that you yourself have said you know algorithms, you know social media, you know the ins and outs and crannies and mechanics of how social media and streaming actually works. That would tell me there, especially when you have the manipulation of the algorithm that you do to make numbers look the certain way they do, it also tells me that you have other power and manipulations otherwhere else too. Considering you have the compound that is literally a 5-hour drive from Hercules Drive, where Pop Smoke was killed. You have an entire compound in the same state not too far away from where Pop Smoke was killed. Isn't that something? Then if we're going to really look at things, as Act just said, Stephen St. Victor would be the one that benefits off of this. Hell, Abazi was the one that actually mentioned that Stephen St. Victor does receive residuals for after Pop Smoke's killing. Now, isn't that something? The only other person that has something to do with his estate is Stephen St. Victor and Gazi. As regards to Pop Smoke, because Pop Smoke didn't have a masters to own. So what does that mean? Gazi has to step on Stephen St. Victor's neck now to make sure this album does come out, as well as we recoup back our advance that we gave Mr. Pop Smoke through the royalties of this album. We will recoup. Because the life insurance policy we have on Pop Smoke doesn't really mean much, especially when it only, and a lot of people don't realize this, right? The life insurance policies, especially for an artist, they're taken upon with the deciding factor being the actual value of things. So let's move forward to what Stephen St. Victor had to say about Pop Smoke, because he would actually give a very interesting piece of information in regards to prior to the passing of Pop Smoke.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Stephen Victor. He is the force behind Pop Smoke. You know, we're remembering Pop Smoke, this phenomenal project that's been put together, Shoot for the Stars, Aim for the Moon. It's a bittersweet moment, you know, obviously bringing this album to fruition, Pop not being with us to enjoy the moment. How much was already done, and how much did you have to go back and finish?
So a lot of it was done because the idea, like, it's crazy because everything was coming together the way we spoke about it. The whole idea was we were going to put out, when I spoke to Pop, when we were working on the first mixtape, we were going to put out a series of mixtapes, Meet the Woo 1, Meet the Woo 2, Meet the Woo 3, however long it took to make his name a staple, you know what I'm saying? And then from there we would go to the album. So after the second mixtape, it was like, you know what I'm saying? He was making a name for himself.
Dior was ringing
Yeah,
out
with his
here,
rocking, you know what I'm
son.
saying? And when he did Dior,
That Christopher Walken is moving out here.
Nah, thank you,
Good
man.
Lord.
So, yeah, so, you know, we only did two. We did, you know what I'm saying? So it was like, so me and Pop had spoke, like this was like in January, because, you know, he was so busy the end of the year, the end of 2019. I remember he would be in London on Monday and then in New York on Wednesday and then LA on Thursday. And I just remember, like, then this was every week. Every week is like, it was just crazy. And he was going back and forth to court. So I just remember, like, around December, he had to go to London. And then I was like, yo, when you get back, like right after the break, you know what I'm saying, you could take a vacation. Because he used to be like, yo, bro, I'm tired. I'm not used to it. This is crazy. You know?
And that's when I knew Stephen St. Victor had something to do also with the passing of Pop Smoke. Remember, Stephen St. Victor is also the main manager, and I mean the main manager to Pusha T, one half of the Clips. Stephen St. Victor has always been the main manager and around Pusha T. This Pop Smoke thing was something that pretty much took up a majority of his schedule in regards to him trying to still manage Pusha T. Now, not saying that that's the reason why he did what should I say, the reason why he might have been involved, but more so what he just said. Pop Smoke died in February. He was set to go to London in December. And after December, Stephen St. Victor told him to do what? He told him to take a load off and go on vacation. That vacation is what cost Pop Smoke his life. What Stephen St. Victor would then go to do would be a noble thing, of course, and release the album. But the thing about the release of the album was that it wasn't received very well from the deep core Pop Smoke fans, and they said that he had actually ruined the album. When I heard that, I thought to myself, maybe Stephen St. Victor does have somewhat of a good soul. That's why I paused it here. I don't necessarily sense evil energy from Stephen St. Victor. I more so sense energy in the sense that he sabotaged the album of Pop Smoke so that Gazi or no one else would reap the benefits off of the insurance policy that was taken out on Pop Smoke. It would seem, being that he's also part of the estate, said by Gazi, that any further proceeds are now directly going to go to the family, especially since the album tanked. The life insurance policy would value it damn near nothing after the album is tanked. It would have only meant something. Get this. The insurance policy only would have meant something of value if Pop Smoke's album was successful. Listen to what Obazi says. This is Pop Smoke's own brother.
You know what I'm saying? Look at all the fake love right now. I ain't get this much though. Appreciate it. Thank y'all for listening to bro shit. Yo, thank y'all for giving y'all opinions. But what the title of this live says it all. You want to know why? Because ain't it funny? Obasi's been fighting for bro since the beginning. Since he died, bro. It's been me. You could check. Hold on, my service. Check the stats, yo. Check the stats. Since my brother passed, I've been the only one fighting. My mom has been taking care of the business shit as she should. Anybody who has an opinion now, who you feel is a friend and they ain't say nothing to Steven or come to us and form a game plan, when in the beginning Obasi said, yo, we stronger together, but everybody decided that they would be dispatched and dispersed around wherever they wanted to be. They would click up and do this and do that. Now look, everybody got an opinion. Oh, I don't like the way it happened. I don't like this. I don't like that. So what? Stop bitching. Now everybody gonna talk about, oh, it's this, it's that, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. You know what? Personally, yes, some things are lacking. And I'll be upfront with that. Yes, certain things are definitely lacking. But furthermore, if you didn't pay attention to what he said, Stephen St. Victor is one of the main holders of the estate, along with him and his mother. Obasi, the mom, and Stephen St. Victor are the main ones calling the plays over there in regards to Pop Smoke now, especially since you have the flopping of the actual album. So with the flopping of the album, to Stephen St. Victor for literally sabotaging Gazi's whole fucking plan, including God and karma and how they work. Here's the thing, right? Remember, if the insurance policy was only going to work
or should I say only going to mean something of value if Pop Smoke's album actually did something more of value. Now, it was projected to do certain numbers, but it didn't do expected. It didn't do as expected around platinum status. Rightfully so, of course, we're in streaming times, number one. Number two, Pop Smoke also wasn't around to promote the album. He wasn't around to promote the album, work the album, do any shows, do any videos for it. There wasn't enough footage to carry on to put him in videos, but yet damn near good 4 or 5 records off the album had videos and visuals. Needless to say, it was a success more than a failure that Pop Smoke's debut album flopped. I was reading, normally when someone has an insurance policy on them, there is more of an investigation done as to motive. So the police, yes, the police are definitely into it. The police, I hope, are definitely into it, but they'll never get to the bottom of the life insurance policy part because that is a music industry practice. To arrest one, you would have to arrest many, is what I'm getting at. That's a hornet's nest that kicked by itself. Yes, 50 didn't understand what they were doing. Exactly. 50's sole job was to make sure that the album came out and did some type of success. That's why you saw him even investing in the Woo video with Roddy Ricch and making it look so good. But I don't think necessarily 50 even wanted to benefit off of the album as much as he was, as he said in the interview, was just trying to do a favor. I think that favor was for more so the higher ups than it was for him later on. But to circumference things and wrap them up, as you noticed the snake trail that I went, hint, hint, pun on words there, the snake trail that I went, from Pop Smoke's alleged killer, who we pretty much can confirm now was just the fall guy and was not the actual triggerman of Pop Smoke. Hell, from what we can tell, the kid might not have even been there to begin with and was just the fall kid. Because remember, if he's 15, even 16 at the time, which there were holes in his story about his age, regardless of what he was a minor. Which would tell me, as many times as people have said about that evening, that it was a planned killing. You have Amelia Rose saying it. You have newscasters saying it. You have people that were there saying it. Everyone is saying that that was an inside job, especially considering Mike was not the only person there with Pop. His entourage was there as well. It wasn't just Pop and Mike in the damn house. So further down this, as we're going along the snake trail, right? We've debunked now the killer was not necessarily the killer that they say he was. Amelia also says that Mike had something to do with it. Mike was acting very strange and very nervous. Put on the alarm prior to them coming. Why would you put on the alarm prior to them coming? You just sounded off the alarm as before they were coming in and just say, hey, you got time, nigga. Now get out. You got this amount of time before they get here. Get your ass out. That's what that's telling me. But even more so, why was all the information posted on Mike D's page? If you didn't have anything necessarily to do with the Wu being killed, I would see a lot more, tributes from you. Not just you flexing off the money, which I'm still, like I said, questioning now. Because Gazi 6ix9ine can make a couple $1 million right now in his situation. That's the thing. The value of Pop Smoke's music would have been amazingly great had the album not flopped. This is one of those things where you have to notice also how much it was beneficial for Favio Foreign that Pop Smoke had to die. Considering they said that they were on the same label at the same time, which he didn't disclose what label that actually was. On top of the fact that Drizzy Giuliano says that Favio and Pop never even got along with each other. So now we have the supposed killer who's not really the killer, just the fall guy. We have Mike D, who is said to be the main guy that set it up, with another black woman, Talia Tilly, we found out. And Amelia Rose is just pretty much traumatized at these last 4 or 5 years, making numerous posts hinting and letting you know who Pop Smoke's killer might actually be. But then we get to the final piece of the pie cut, Mr. Gazi Shami, in which Gazi has money to recoup, as he says. We always recoup. We might do an 80-20 deal, but then after the 80-20 deal where you receive all the benefits, you can step up to a better tier and have the 360 tier. The 360 tier is where I own your shit still. And if something were to happen to you, I own your shit still. But you are popular enough while something happens to you, I make money and own your shit still. Especially considering the artists that he's had. One can only point to the fact that the music industry has some dark secrets. Dark secrets. And they do take life insurance policies out on their artists. And if I were a betting man, I would say look no further than Gazi as far as insurance policy hits. Because as you just heard, how is it that in such a short period of time, maybe 2 or 3 years, it's a short amount of time. After everybody signs to Empire, they pass away. Right after doing any type of deal with Empire Records, if you were at a certain plateau in tier, as he calls it, if you see it, don't be alarmed. Don't be alarmed. As far as for the Wu and Pop Smoke, I hope this, brought a lot more light to the many hands in the pot, similar to Nipsey Hussle, but how many hands in the pot there were for the killing of Pop Smoke. From Gazi Shami down to Mike D to Favio Foreign. Maybe there'll be another guy that says he did something in jail. We don't know. Hopefully not. I hope Blockstar has taught all of these fake home invaders a lesson, if you will. But furthermore, I do hope that this, like I said, brought more light to the killing of Pop Smoke and let people know that, yes, and confirms this was an inside job, most definitely. This wasn't just a home invasion robbery whatsoever. This was a definite murder. Pop Smoke was definitely, unfortunately, murdered at a young 20 years old, all because certain people wanted to benefit off of his removal. You clearly saw how Mike was benefiting off of the removal in his own Instagram. You heard how Favio was going to benefit off it on Kitchen Talk. With Pop being gone, he now can run the city. And then we have the unfortunate of the life insurance policy taken out from Gazi. But again, kudos to Stephen St. Victor who blocked your whole shit. I give kudos for kudos is due to Stephen St. Vic for that. Even though you were also the man that sent him to his death going on vacation, it doesn't seem like you actually knew that he would, run into that type of situation while on vacation, of course. So, needless to say, we are pretty much summed up with the Wu. And I hope this brought a lot of light to what happened to our gentleman. Because none of this will bring him back. But I hope there are a lot of, I hope this brought a lot of peace to a lot of people as well in regards to what happened to Pop Smoke. And definitely pray for Miss Amelia Rose. I definitely hope you're okay somewhere. I definitely hope you're seeking some therapy from the traumatizing situation you had to deal with. And God bless to you for letting us all know that it was Mike D, his own elementary school best friend, that single-handedly set up the killing of Pop Smoke. Rest in peace, Pop Smoke.
I said I feel invisible. They like Poppy, what you get into? I pop a brick of retarded. Wait,
do my little thing right here. West C, what it do? West C, what it do? Thank you for tuning in. Juju, what has happened, blog? I ain't know you was from Brooklyn, baby. You gotta let me know more things what's going on.
I said I feel
Theory B. Only one Zane, thank you once again so much. God bless you.
It's 85 just to walk on.
Juju, ATF.
Cause a lot of these niggas be corny. I'm feeling horny.
Fury B, Sada Daily Bread.
I got a percolated
Emil Mendez.
Percolated dick. I show her this percolated tricks. They know who in the city. Possible, nigga, you can ask Diddy. Possible, what's up a city on TD. Possible, going 50.
Malcolm Barrett. Teresa Jackson, thank y'all all so much for tuning in. Thank y'all all for tuning in. As you know, keep your third eye open, your head on the swivel, fact is never fiction. I'm gonna get sturdy. Till next time. Peace.
talking about? What you talking about, what?
Little shit like that. Let's further know what it is you really do.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit?